guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Looks better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA News, I'm Tim Berg. Former President Donald Trump appealed the Colorado Supreme Court's decision removing him from the ballot to the U.S. Supreme Court. The High Court quickly agreed to decide the case. Kentucky Republican Senator Rand Paul agrees with the court's decision.
Without question, the Supreme Court has to hear it. When I hear that it's going to be almost a month, though, until the hearing and perhaps longer to the ruling, I'm concerned that even that's too long. I think there needs to be an emergency injunction to shut down any of the states that are wanting to do this.
President Biden and former President Donald Trump both hit the campaign trails on Friday as the 2024 presidential election heats up. Arkansas Republican Governor Sarah Huckabee Sanders joins Fox News to discuss how red states are doing ahead of the election.
States like Arkansas and other red states across the country continue to excel and do well. I think this bodes very well for the election coming up in November. I think President Trump is on track. I think there is such a great contrast to what is happening in blue states led by Democrat governors.
New revelations from another Jeffrey Epstein document dump. USA's Laura Winters with the details.
The third batch of Jeffrey Epstein documents unsealed. The new public documents allege Epstein and his associates would target and troll nightclubs looking for teenage girls. Also, new details about Prince Andrew. His butler alleges he received daily massages at Epstein's home in Palm Beach, Florida. And we learn Epstein invoked the Fifth Amendment 500 times during a deposition in 2016, and he dodged questions about former President Bill Clinton and the Clinton Foundation.
A winter storm is bringing a mix of rain and snow to New York and Washington, D.C., while Boston could get at least 6 inches of snow. This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now Now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES.
Okay, without further ado, it is that time, is it not? I do believe it is. If my calculations are correct, we've crossed over the midnight hour in the Eastern time zone. Here we go again. What's going on? I'm Steve Summers. Welcome aboard. Big show coming your way as we close out midweek. Hump Day in the books. Thursday coming on. We will, time zone to time zone, turn the page on the calendar, 11th day of January. So welcome in. Everybody gather around. Good to have you with us out of the box here. Lots to cover as we prepare for our next, well, we'll actually be contending with 2 blizzards in 1 week's time. Well, you know, it's January. We're in the heart of winter. time of year where, yep, you get wintry, ugly weather. Plenty of industry headlines to bring your way tonight. Gearing up for some cold football coming up this weekend. This one, Kansas City, this one could go down as one of the top 5 coldest in history. Sub-zero temperatures, potentially. Actual air temperatures for the game. I'm not sure what the wind chill factor is going to be. We'll break that down. Well, I guess Crimson Tide fans, roll Tide. Kind of disheartened a bit. I mean, you can't work forever. Nick Saban says the time has come. Going to be retiring. So what's next for the Crimson Tide? Wow. But first things first, round the country, as many spent the day kind of cleaning up from the earlier storm system. Still dealing with a little disturbance tonight, bringing a bit of snow to parts of central and southern Wisconsin, southeast Minnesota. You got some snow showers over in Iowa. Yeah, we'll see some of this sweeping through the Chicago area and on through the Great Lakes region. But the big story is yet to begin unfolding out west. Time is quickly running out to gear up for a powerful storm. Blizzard conditions headed from the Central Plain to the Great Lakes Friday into Saturday. If you live in the storm's path, you want to prepare. Forecasters are warning this storm has the potential to literally shut travel down with heavy snow, strong winds, extensive blowing and drifting snow, and then the plummeting temperatures. There is that weak disturbance affecting the Midwest, little light snow and flurries into our Thursday, but the new major storm just 3-4 days after we saw a big storm impacting much of the same region. Not only will motorists be at risk of becoming stranded with accidents and rapid snow accumulation, but the frigid air, the brutal winds, creating dangerous, life-threatening wind chills for those people. And don't leave the animals outdoors. If you have a dog that has, I don't care if he's got a doghouse out back, you want to bring him indoors coming up as we head into the weekend here. This storm is going to become stronger and much colder than the massive storm that hit the same portions of the central states Monday and Tuesday this week. And it will progress quickly southeastward through the interior west here at midweek as the storm turns the corner and heads northeast over the southern plains Thursday night and Friday. The strengthening process begins with a vengeance as Arctic air is injected into this storm. The storm's central pressure may decrease so fast that it will undergo, there's that term, bombogenesis, or a bomb cyclone. Yeah, we know the official designation of that. The faster the pressure drops, the faster the winds rush in to replace that air. In effect, the storm becomes a massive wind machine that can cause power outages, property damage, near zero visibility. In snow and blowing snow, blizzard conditions may expand to at least 8 states, 150,000 square miles of the Midwest, rural, suburban, and some major metro areas. Now, even though Chicago, you pretty much escaped the storm Tuesday, you picked up light to moderate snow, you will be in the crosshairs of this storm's worst blizzard conditions Friday night into Saturday morning. Travel conditions will deteriorate as the storm gets underway on Friday afternoon, and travel may be nearly impossible as the storm rages over time. The storm is on track to bring 8 to 12 inches of snow to downtown Chicago. Some neighborhoods, 12 to 18 inches may pile up. You're going to get shut down. Blowing and drifting snow on top of that. Snowdrift several feet high. Vehicles will be stuck on highways. There are far too many towns, cities, and major highways that are going to be hit hard by this storm to mention them all. But some cities on the list will include the Quad Cities area of Iowa, Illinois, Grand Rapids, Michigan, South Bend, Indiana, Milwaukee, some of the major interstates that could be shut down, 39, 55, 75, 80, 90, 94, 96. As that Arctic air blasts in during the second half of the storm and in its wake, look out, those temperatures will be crashing down. Any slush or standing water will freeze solid over portions of even the middle Mississippi and Ohio valleys, as well as the Great Lakes region. Temperatures forecast to crash into the teens, single digits, and even below zero in the wake of this storm over the weekend over a large portion of the central states. Now, there will be areas with some rain or a wintry mix south and east of the blizzard zone. You may end up with a brief period of some accumulation. Yeah, anybody with travel plans, check your local forecast for your destination and multiple points along the way, as conditions will vary dramatically during this storm. Now, with heavy rain, thunderstorms, and strong winds targeting many major hubs in the Midwest, Chicago, Detroit, St. Louis, and Kansas City, Missouri, the major hubs of Atlanta, Charlotte, Philadelphia, New York City, and others in the East, flight delays and cancellations will abound on Saturday. Keeping those runways free of snow and ice will be difficult in parts of the Midwest. A new round of heavy rain and gusty winds will affect many east areas. New surges of high water on area streams and rivers this weekend. That same storm system will trigger another round of severe weather and more tornadoes Thursday night into Friday evening in the southeastern USA. It's going to be another, what do they call it, a humdinger of the storm. The strong winds around this system will lead to lakeshore flooding and eventually freezing spray as the cold air wraps around the Great Lakes this weekend. Some bands of rather exceptionally heavy lake effect snow will unfold. Could affect cities like Buffalo, New York. The frigid air in the wake of the storm penetrating deep into the south and pushing toward the Atlantic coast. There's the potential for frozen pipes, water main breaks in the southern states. One or more storms with snow and ice are likely to create difficult to dangerous travel in the south and east, starting late this week and continuing well into next week. We could be looking at maybe the snow drought. It may not only come to an end in portions of the I-95 Mid-Atlantic corridor, but snowfall from one or more storms may actually put seasonal totals back on track. That means things may begin piling up, right? Now, I mentioned it's going to be a cold, cold game. First of all, if the Dolphins had beaten the Bills in week number 18, they'd be getting ready to play a wild card game in the balmy weather of Miami. But no, due to the loss, they're now headed to Kansas City for what will likely be the coldest game in Dolphins franchise history. When the Dolphins and Chiefs kick off Saturday night, the temperature kickoff is expected to be right around 5 degrees, wind chill 10 below. Now, if that projection holds up, this will become the coldest game the Dolphins have ever played in. That not good news for them, considering that they've lost 10 straight games when the kickoff temperature is 40 degrees or lower. Now, in a blizzard, a bizarre coincidence, the game that currently holds the title for the coldest in Dolphins history was actually played in Kansas City back in 2008 on a day where the temperature was 10 degrees on the plus side. Now, unless the forecast changes dramatically between now and Saturday, it's a pretty safe bet that record is going to fall. Now, if the kickoff temperature drops down to 5 degrees, Saturday's game will become the coldest game that the NFL has played since December of 2016. Now, when the week started, the expected temperature at kickoff was projected to be about 10. That number's been dropping over the past couple of days, and if it keeps dropping, the Chiefs could also set their franchise record for the coldest game they've ever played. Back in 1983, Chiefs played a game where the temperature was 0.5 degrees at kickoff. That currently stands as the coldest in franchise history. If the forecast changes between now and Saturday, there's actually an outside chance we could see some NFL history made. According to the league, there have only been 4 games ever where the kickoff temperature was actually below zero. You had the Packers over Dallas, the Ice Bowl, as they called it. Actual air temperature minus 13 degrees. That game was in Green Bay back in 1967. We talked a little bit about this last evening, where the Bengals versus the Chargers in the Freezer Bowl, the wind chills were 37 below. So I guess some say that was the coldest game ever played. The wind chill apparently in that Packers versus Dallas game, don't know what the wind chill was, but the actual air temperature is what they're going by, was at minus 13. During the Bengals Freezer Bowl versus the Chargers, air temperature was minus 9. So the minus 13 beats that. But again, the wind chill of 37 below. Then we had the Seahawks over the Vikings in January of 2016. Last time a game with sub-zero temperatures was played, that was minus 6 degrees in Minnesota. And one other was played in Green Bay, Giants over the Packers, January 20 of 2008, minus 1. Now, if the kickoff temperature drops down to minus 1, indeed, this will then become one of the coldest games of all time. Now, as cold as it's going to be for the players, it's going to feel even colder for the fans. Not only is the temperature going to be in the single digits at least all night, wind chill projected to be 10 to 16 below zero while that game is being played. If you're planning to attend this wild card showdown, you better bundle up, no doubt. Underway, a Thursday coming on. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. It's 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
About 25% of your trucking business revenue goes to paying for fuel. Most fleet cards promise big discounts, but charge hefty fees and limit where you can fuel up. Well, it's time for a change. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is the zero-fee way to save money and control your fuel spending. Bobtail Zero charges nothing in fees and can be used anywhere MasterCard is accepted. Approval can take just minutes. Apply now at bobtail.com and take back control of your business. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is issued by Bancorp Bank N.A. MasterCard and the Circles design are registered trademarks of MasterCard International Incorporated.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, you want to jump on in here? Feel free to do so. Phone lines are open. Again, 844-844-3388. Hey, we got a new year, and Joe wanted to check in. Well, first of all, Happy New Year, Joe.
Oh, hey, Happy New Year to you, Steve. How are you doing?
Doing well. Are you ready for the cold coming your way this weekend?
Yeah, we're ready, but we're certainly not looking forward to it. We've had a nice few weeks of no snow or not too bad temperatures. How was your Christmas?
Had a good Christmas. Actually had an extended, I guess, Christmas to New Year break. Had a nice, good time off with the family, and everybody stayed healthy and doing well for the new year. How about you?
Oh, yeah, we're doing pretty good. Yeah, I just wanted to say hi and wish all the truckers who are going to be driving through all that crazy weather, I hope you all drive safe and you take care. And thanks for having me on, Steve. Have a good night. God bless.
All right, Joe. Yeah, thank you so much. Joe just likes to occasionally say hey and hello to the truck drivers, and thank you for all you do. There you go. Happy New Year, Joe. He's in Michigan. And, yeah, they're going to be dealing with the cold stuff. Speaking of Michigan, the Michigan Madman is on board. I got your little memo there about he's pretty excited about the Chili Bowl thing going on. Yeah, so this is Thursday. I guess Kyle Larson is slated to hit the track later on this evening. Here we go. Here's the email from the Michigan Madman. Steve, it's so exciting that Kyle Larson, a late entry into the Chili Bowl Nationals. That means he's going to do what they call the Dirt Double if he locks himself into Saturday's feature race here tonight, Thursday night. We did mention last evening, Tuesday morning, Kyle picked up the phone and rang up Keith Coons. That was his former owner. He wanted to congratulate him on Monday's preliminary win, but he asked if there's, hey, you happen to have another car available there? Just ask him. And Kuhn said, well, yeah, they actually have a car. And Kyle immediately booked his travel arrangements, so he'll be racing tonight. If he locks in to his 11th Chili Bowl Championship A main, that means he would have to have a top 2 finish tonight, Thursday night. He then plans to do the Dirt Double. He'll first race that afternoon at Vado Speedway Park for the Wild West Shootout at Kevin Rumley's Dirt Late Model race, and then fly straight to Tulsa to drive the KKM number 98K in the 55-lap main event for his potential third Golden Driller on the line. Madman said, Steve, this is so exciting to watch. Kind of makes my retirement a little more enjoyable, and I just wanted to tell everybody hello. Be careful out there with all this winter weather we've got coming our way this week. Yes, indeed. Thank you, Michigan Madman. Good afternoon. Hammer down. Larry checks in. 42 degrees in Fishkill, New York. Hanging on to those warmer temperatures, aren't you? Marianne, good morning to Steve, the overnight family. I'm doing well. I'll be going to see my surgeon tomorrow. It's just a checkup, so hopefully everything looks well. The healing continues, right? I-95 southbound, Brunswick, Georgia. There's Shorty on board, 42 degrees. It's Orlando turnaround number 2. Now, how wild is that? What did he say? It's 42 in Fishkill, New York. It's 42 degrees in Brunswick, Georgia. It's kind of chilly all up and down the East Coast. Miss Millie, morning, Steve. 30 breezy here in Bracken County, Kentucky. Please, everybody take care out there so you can get home to your family. Always be blessed. I'm going to get me some sleep. I'll catch up tomorrow. God bless all the drivers out there. Kevin says, good morning, Steve. The overnight crew checking in from Troy, Ohio this morning. There's Jeffrey, New York City, ready to go. Ready for my nightly dose of enjoyment as prescribed. Thank you, Jeffrey. 5-7, copy of the mail. Lauren Weiss, 2-time world champion, Bull Huller. Where are we at tonight? 29 degrees in Carthage, Missouri. Sitting in front of the fireplace with a hot blonde and a cold Sam Adams tonight. What are you doing? Off till Monday. Then it's back to some live action. Have a great night, Steve. Special shout out to the trucking icon Hall of Famer, the Carolina Monkey Gouger from the Maple Leaf City. All right, enjoy a few days off. I think you deserve that because he plowed full steam ahead through 600 miles of snow and ice and wind to get his delivery done there with that storm earlier this week. Hello, Pappy. 32 degrees, Harrison, Ohio. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. It is the midnight hour. Time to crank it up and dial it up at 844-844-3388. Transmitting deep beneath the Earth's crust, hidden in the Hotshot secret bunker, the overnight drive with Mr. Steve Summers on the air. The green light lit. May your spiritual light be lit. Let it roll. Hammer down and keep it between the spotted and the solid. Thank you, Pappy. Are you with me? Daniel, where are we at there? Let's see. Single digits. He is checking in from Fargo, North Dakota. Burr, 7 degrees at this hour. And here in a couple days, that 7 on the plus side will be 7, maybe 17 or 27 on the negative side with this Arctic blast coming in. Hello, Gilligan. Good morning, Steve. Fellow listeners, it's clear and cool, kind of still breezy tonight, 38 in Ironton, Virginia. Everybody keep it shiny side up. There's Timothy. Good morning from Rocky Mount, 33 here at this hour. Gets some of our other listening friends. Lone Ranger checks in after our news break here on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Tim Berg. Former President Donald Trump appealed the Colorado Supreme Court's decision removing him from the ballot to the U.S. Supreme Court. The High Court quickly agreed to decide the case. Kentucky Republican Senator Rand Paul agrees with the court's decision.
Without question, the Supreme Court has to hear it. When I hear that it's going to be almost a month, though, until the hearing and perhaps longer to the ruling, I'm concerned that even that's too long. I think there needs to be an emergency injunction to shut down any of the states that are wanting to do this.
Millions along the East Coast are under winter weather alerts this weekend. Forecasters say a storm will dump a mix of rain and snow in some cities like New York and Washington, D.C., while Boston could get slammed with at least 6 inches of snow, while other parts of upstate New York could get over a foot of snow. This is USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at HotshotSecret.com. That's proof.
Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, hello to Eskimo Mom. Howdy to the Overnight Drive Nation and happy Thursday. Long-range forecast looking ugly for a lot of us. I got my regular run tonight. Let me see. There you go. That's, yeah, especially the cold, which I do not enjoy. Brain Dad on board. Morning, Steve. I know it's unusual to hear from me tonight. I got called in to make a few extra dollars. And, well, they made me an offer I couldn't refuse. I've got 3 stops in Little Rock tonight. Oh, fun. So I'll check in later in the program. All right, so it was kind of a short weekend, in other words, right? Lone Ranger, who resides in the state of Arizona in the cold winter months because he's not a cold weather fan, but it sounds like it may be damn near as cold in Arizona as it is in Pennsylvania here in a few days. Hello, Ranger.
Well, you are correct. It was 24 last night and 23 the night before. Now it gets up into the high 50s, during the day. But I'm doing okay. Of course, I'm not doing as good as the guy with the hot blonde and the cold beer because I'm at the edge of the open desert here, and we get coyotes running through here at night. And there's wild pigs called javelinas, and they travel through here at night. All the dogs, I can tell when they're coming through because the dogs go crazy around. My neighbors all have dogs. Mm-hmm. But you just have to make sure if you go out at night, you got a real bright flashlight because the javelinas, they can't stand bright light. They travel at night, and they travel in packs. There's like washes out here with, it's a river with no water in it. They travel in the washes, but they travel in packs for protection from their predators. And the coyotes, when they come through, they travel in packs, and I never knew why they howl. My neighbor that is from out here, he told me, he said that they're weird when they howl. They bark first. They bark twice, and then they howl. And he said that's how they communicate with each other to let each other know where they are because they travel in packs too. Mm-hmm. So I'm learning as I go. But I was watching, it's kind of boring to watch members of Congress, but today was interesting, really interesting. That was hilarious.
When Hunter showed up, when Hunter showed up, is that what you saw?
Yeah, they had a hearing to come down on him for ignoring their request to come in for a deposition. Mm-hmm. So he thought he'd be real cocky, and he came in, and he already had one strike against him because he ignored the subpoena and made his own little speech out on the sidewalk right in front of where he was supposed to be inside. So he's being very arrogant about the whole thing. So he came in and sat down as a spectator for this hearing. And boy, I tell you, Nancy Mace, representative from South Carolina, she laid into him, told him he had no balls. I can't remember everything she said, but it was spectacular. And then one of the Democrats was trying to slam Trump, and she accidentally said erection instead of election. And then she said right after she made the mistake, she goes, well, maybe that too, trying to cover it up. And then one of the reporters, Hunter needs to keep his mouth shut. He denied that his father had anything to do with his business, whatever his business is. And one of the reporters said to him, why did you have your dad on the phone while you're having meetings with your business associates if he, in fact, is not involved? So Hunter looks at her and says, do you have a dad? She goes, yeah. He goes, does he call you? So in other words, he admitted, without probably realizing what he did, he admitted that he actually did take calls from his dad during these business meetings with his business partners that supposedly his dad knew nothing about. So he's shooting himself in the foot. I don't know how it's going to come out. His father will probably pardon him no matter what comes out. But it was really, really interesting. And the other thing I was thinking about, we keep seeing these protests from these left-wing morons, and they're supporting Hamas. They're saying they're supporting Palestine, but Hamas are all Palestinians. Now, that doesn't mean every Palestinian is a Hamas terrorist, but we have to remember that when they have protests in the streets in the Gaza Strip, it isn't just Hamas that's standing in the streets saying death to America. So we have to look at the whole picture. But the strange thing is, somehow they drag the LGBTQ, whatever the rest of it is, the whole alphabet pretty much by now, but they drag them into this thing. They're involved in these protests. Now, how stupid are they? They don't realize in the Middle East, most of the countries in the Middle East do not accept homosexuality. They literally throw gays off the buildings. And how do they not know that? Hamas and some of the radical Middle Eastern countries do not agree with what they believe in. But I looked into this. I thought, how do you automatically find hundreds of people at the drop of a hat to go to a protest? Don't they have jobs? Don't they have responsibilities during the day? They're protesting during the day, middle of the week. So I did a little research. It turns out most of them are college-age individuals with rich parents. So they don't have to work. And, of course, if they have, they can take off from their classes. But the other thing that I found, a lot of them get paid. They get paid to protest. And one of the organizations that pays them is called the Tides Foundation. Tide, just like the detergent Tide. Tides Foundation. And it's tides.org, which means they're a nonprofit. So I looked them up. They call themselves a public charity. And they recently gave $1 million to one of the groups that organized these protests. So these protesters are getting paid. It's part of their income. If you see, it's the same people over and over and over protesting. You just travel around. But they get paid. So there's a lot more behind this. But people are getting a little bit fed up because they're blocking highways now. And that's a whole different world. I mean, we live in a free country. You have the right to protest, but you don't have the right to block a highway or to keep people from living their lives, too. People have to go to work. Responsible people that have jobs and have things going on is something they don't understand because they're not part of that crowd. But now people are starting to notice how bad this thing is. I hope something bad doesn't happen, but all they have to do is hit that one guy that isn't going to stop, and it'll run right over him. And then it's going to hit the fan. And I saw another bizarre commercial. This product the announcer said, now I'm paraphrasing, I don't remember the exact words, but it's a product, it's a stool softener. And what they say on the ad is, if you sit down to pinch one off and it feels like you're trying to pinch off a porcupine, you need this product. Well, if you're sitting down and it feels like you're pinching off a porcupine, you might want to head down to CVS and get some hemorrhoid cream or something, because I've never had that experience myself, but I don't know where they come up with these slogans. These commercials are getting like crazy, you know.
Wow.
Just they're funny as hell, but they're nuts. And I keep hearing that same one with that cream, that BO cream that this woman smears on every part of her body, and she tells you every part she smears it on. I'm thinking, honey, I don't know how you get a date. If you got that many areas that are smelly, I don't know who's going to go out with you. Maybe find some homeless guy, maybe, probably, because he stinks just as bad. But these commercials are weird. They're bizarre. But that thing today with Hunter, that was hilarious. That cracked me right up. That Nancy Mace, boy, she deserves a trophy. She laid into him, and it wasn't scripted. She was right off the cuff with it. She told him he should be put in jail right there, right then and there. He could go right to jail. So it goes on and on. You know, politics is getting absolutely insane. Nothing makes any sense anymore. It's getting weirder and weirder and weirder. Now the people in New York are up in arms because they're taking the kids out of the school and using the school for shelter for illegal aliens. And these are women from Brooklyn. Now, you know, and I know, you're not going to push them around too much. This one woman was screaming her head off. This thing with these illegals is getting way, way out of control. Right. I mean, it's just the masses, the numbers are just not sustainable. It's crazy. So it goes on and on. But anyway, I'm out here with the coyotes and the pigs. And they have a weird animal out here. It's called a coatimundi. It looks like they're up in the rocks down in the canyon. And it looks something like, you know, a commercial where they show the lemur. It looks like, I don't know, like a kind of a muskrat or a ferret or something with a big long tail with rings on it.
Yeah.
Well, a coatimundi looks just like that, except it's brown. It has a brown tail with the rings on it. They came up out of Mexico, but they hang out in the rocks where the river goes through. There's an area where there's tall rocks, and they hang out up in the rocks up there. And I go down and check them out. They climb around, they look at you and stuff. It's a real neat area. And I went up to Prescott yesterday, it's north of me, and checked out a real cool place, an antique shop. Had a bunch of antique cars. So I take little day trips, you know, and check things out. Go to the lake, go to the river. February 1st, I'll be going to Pomona to the Grand National Roadster Show. It's a huge, huge car show in California, so I'm close now. And then March, I go to Scottsdale to a big hot rod show there. So there's plenty to do out here. But what's nice is it does get warm during the day, but it has been cold at night, colder than what it's supposed to be. So I'm not having no snow. Luckily, it doesn't snow here, but I guess at 23 it probably could. But there's just not that much precip.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I'm holding you up. I'm sure you got 15,000 callers on hold, so good talking to you, and we'll see you later.
Hey, great to hear from you, Ranger. And yeah, it sounds like you're going to be dealing with more of that cold here over the next few nights. I mean, the western USA as a whole is actually in the process of becoming the frozen tundra. It's 844-844-3388. Hello to Debbie. Says, good morning, Steve. 32 here in Indiana. We're going up to about 42 today. Just checking in, hoping everybody stays safe out there tonight, especially my special driver. Have a terrific Thursday and stay warm this weekend. Yeah, Hunter Biden. Now you see him, now you don't. As he made his surprise appearance at the House committee hearing yesterday, discussing whether to hold him in contempt of Congress for failing to cooperate in that hearing, the subpoena last month. Now, after just a few minutes, the disgraced first son Sood made an abrupt exit when conservative lawmakers began addressing him and his behavior directly. Reuters News reported that his surprise appearance caused literally pandemonium in the hearing when members of the House Oversight Committee arguing with each other and scolding him for the surprise. As Ranger just mentioned, Republican Representative Nancy Mace of South Carolina said she thought the president's son should be arrested on the spot for defying the congressional subpoena. Quote, "It doesn't matter who you are, who your father is, or your last name. Yes, I'm looking at you, Hunter Biden. You are not above the law. Hunter Biden, you're too afraid to show up for a deposition, and you're still here today?" Now, as soon as Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene was recognized, he didn't even wait around to see what she had to say, triggered by the idea that he would have to listen to her criticisms. He and his companions abruptly stood up and walked out of the room. Now, Marjorie actually was hollering out, "Excuse me, Hunter, apparently you're afraid of my words," and just kind of laughed as he walked out of the room. They say he then paused in the hallway outside the committee room to tell reporters that he would only testify publicly. Again, trying to dictate how things work. You don't run the show, Hunter. A subpoena is a subpoena. He had received that subpoena to testify behind closed doors December 13, as we all know. Complained at the time that what he characterized as efforts by the MAGA right to harm him with distortions, manipulated evidence, and lies. Now, House Speaker Mike Johnson told NBC News the congressional investigation, this is not based on political animosity. I support the Oversight and Judiciary Committee efforts to hold him in contempt. We have to do this. It's our role. It's our responsibility. We're not taking pleasure in this. But all said and done, indeed, Republicans did take those first steps toward holding Hunter in contempt. After all was said and done, advancing the charge to a full House vote, just hours after he showed up in that committee hearing, sparking all the debate. The House Oversight and Judiciary Committees each passed contempt charges against the younger Biden with unanimous Republican support, and all Democrats opposed. Surprise, surprise. That sets up a House vote on recommending criminal charges against a member of President Biden's family as the Republicans move into the final stages of the actual impeachment inquiry into the president himself. Now, if the House does indeed vote to hold Hunter in contempt, then it's all up to the Department of Justice, specifically the U.S. Attorney for the District of Columbia, to decide whether to actually prosecute Hunter. And more representatives are speaking out. Ted Cruz did the other day. Who was it yesterday that spoke out saying that, even if we move this forward, they don't believe the DOJ is actually going to pursue charges against him because they've continued to protect him for years now. We'll return into.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Powerstroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yeah, it was actually Representative Jake LaTurner of Kansas. Now, pretty much everybody had something to say about Hunter's appearance, but his comments were, "This is it's just another political stunt that Hunter pulled off." He said, "My reaction was disgust. Just one more political stunt like we've seen from Hunter in the past." He said, instead of complying with a lawful subpoena to appear before the Oversight Committee in a deposition setting, he holds a press conference on the Senate side. It's just one more political stunt, and sadly, that's what this administration's come to. Instead of abiding by the law, instead of understanding that the laws of this country should apply equally to everyone, they've stalled, they've delayed, they've tried to obstruct. I mean, it's been a lot of very bad theater by my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, but what our job is today is to hold Hunter in contempt of Congress. He absolutely deserves to have this happen because he did not comply with the law like any of your viewers would be expected to do. Yep. If it was me, if it was you, we wouldn't just be walking around and showing up at a hearing where they're talking about whether to hold us in contempt. Well, would that be, is that Heat Wave?
Si, senor.
Hi there.
Good morning. How y'all doing today?
Doing well. How about you? Have you warmed up a little out there?
No, well, it went from 15 to 17 out here, here in southeast Colorado. Well, I tell you what, that wind was a whipping earlier this morning, or yesterday morning. I had the back of the tractor, was catching the brunt of the wind, and of course, being an air ride, it was lifting the cab. I mean, it was just a getting it. So, well, let's see here. Ranger, being out in the desert, I think javelinas are the smaller version of the wild boars that are coming in from Mexico as well. I mean, them wild boars can get pretty damn big, 500-700 pounds. I mean, yeah, that's a lot of sausage and bacon right there. What's happening in Texas around my mom and dad's neck of the woods is that the wild hogs actually hunt rattlesnakes. And the rattlesnakes are learning that they don't shake their tail, because if they do, then the hog knows where they're at, and the hogs are going after them and eating them. So the rattlesnake now just lays flat and straight, you know, to avoid getting detected by the pigs.
Mm-hmm. So
he needs to make damn sure that when he steps out there, because in his neck of the woods, they got rattlesnakes up there as well. He just needs to make sure that whenever he steps in a nice green grassy area, that there ain't no damn snake in the grass, so to speak. Okay, so now Hunter Biden. You know, there is precedent for Hunter to be arrested. I mean, Steve Bannon, and who's the other character that was with Trump's team that did not go to do the depositions with the Democrat side of the House when the Democrats were in charge? I mean, didn't they get arrested and now facing jail time or even prison time?
Steve Bannon was one, and I forget who the other was, but absolutely, yeah, Bannon was charged, and I can't remember who the other was that was charged with contempt. Yes.
Yes, I mean, you know, if them jackasses up there were really wanting to abide by the laws of the land, it would be equal. it would be equal application of the law for both the left and the right and for whoever else in the middle. But we can see that there is no such thing as equal application. If you got the name Clinton, you got the name Obama, if you've got the name Holder, and obviously Biden, you've got yourself a free pass. Now, when they were investigating Trump, and they went ahead, didn't the House subpoena both Eric and Donald Trump Jr.?
I believe they did. I believe that is the case. Yeah, but hold that thought. We will pause there. Back after this.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. It is confirmed the nation's Secretary of Defense is suffering complications from a treatment for prostate cancer, and that part of his recent hospital stay was spent in an intensive care unit. Pentagon spokesman Pat Ryder with reporters on Tuesday.
Secretary Austin currently remains hospitalized at Walter Reed National Military Medical Center and is in good condition.
Ryder says doctors diagnosed Austin with prostate cancer back in December. Not long afterward, he was admitted to Walter Reed on January 1st with complications from the procedure,
including nausea with severe abdominal, hip, and leg pain. Initial evaluation revealed a urinary tract infection.
Ryder said Austin is expected to make a full recovery. All this amidst criticism of the fact White House officials and the president were not informed of Austin's hospitalization for several days. High winds and heavy rain have prompted the National Weather Service to extend many flood watches and warnings through today, especially in the mid-Atlantic region of the eastern seaboard. According to PowerOutage.us, there are more than 600,000 power outages reported in communities up and down the coast. Donald Trump says a president must be allowed full immunity even when challenging elections, and he says the charges being brought against him in the federal elections case amount to a political prosecution.
When they talk about threat to democracy, that's your real threat to democracy.
Trump spoke to reporters following his appearance at a federal appeals court hearing Tuesday. Trump's attorneys argued their client's efforts in the post-election period fell within his official presidential responsibilities. 2023 was Earth's hottest year on record, according to Science. The European Union's Copernicus Climate Change Service Tuesday announced that global temperatures last year averaged higher than in any year going back to at least 1850. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com, use promo code TREAT at checkout, and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
The Biden administration is rejecting claims being made before the UN that Israel is prosecuting a genocide in Gaza. During public remarks after a meeting with Israeli officials in Tel Aviv Tuesday, U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken said the claims have no merit.
Those who are attacking Israel continue to openly call for the annihilation of Israel and the mass murder of Jews.
Blinken also called for the release of hostages still being held by Hamas. The U.S. says North Korea is supplying ballistic missiles for Russia in its ongoing war with Ukraine. National Security Council spokesman John Kirby told reporters Tuesday the Russians have already used some of them against Ukrainian targets. He said the U.S. is rolling out more sanctions against those facilitating the arms transfers.
Multiple Ukrainian civilians were killed in the strikes and dozens were injured. Now, these strikes are horrific, they're inhumane, and they serve as yet just another reminder of the brutality of Mr. Putin's war.
Kirby also called on Congress to pass President Biden's request to provide more funding for Ukraine. Top politicians in Washington are clarifying the earlier reported budget deal between Democratic Senate leaders and the new Republican Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson. On Tuesday, Senate Republican leader Mitch McConnell told reporters the spending plan will, quote, obviously have to be another short-term funding bill to avoid a government shutdown. Parts of the government run out of funding on January 19th. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, thank you so much, and welcome back. Here we go, hour number 2. Well, if you got a hankering to enjoy the frozen tundra, which that's not me, I have zero desire. There's no better place to be than the Northwest right now. With the combination of Arctic winds and a parade of winter storms, sub-zero temperatures, blizzard conditions, over 8 feet of snow in some areas into the early part of the weekend coming up here. The storms that moved ashore in the Northwest as of late have also been, of course, crossing the country. Wide-reaching winter events thus far to the central and eastern USA. And that's going to continue to be the case deep into January as additional waves of Arctic air escape through Canada, expanding across the country. Some of the more recent snowfall contributed actually to an avalanche this past morning, Wednesday morning, at Palisades Tahoe Resort in California. Search and rescue operations were ongoing. Update, I saw that there was one fatality confirmed in that avalanche. Yeah, several small and one larger storm still will move through the northwest as the week progresses. Now, subsequent storms late this week into the weekend will continue to dump heavy snow in the Cascades of Oregon and Washington and the Sierra Nevada range in California, as well as ranges in northeast Oregon, northeast Washington, Idaho, western Montana, Wyoming, Utah, Nevada. In these higher elevations, multiple feet of snow will come down through Saturday. Now, AccuWeather said there's an incredible 100 inches for the series of storms through the rest of this week. So now when you're measuring snow in feet in the mountains, obviously we're talking shutting down travel in the passes. And, of course, impacts on traveling, originating or arriving at airports throughout that region of the country. Accompanying and following the snow this week and into next week, this Arctic blast, much colder air coming straight from the Arctic. Not only will this drive temperatures to the lowest level so far this winter, we could be challenging records well below zero. In Great Falls, Montana, temperatures forecast to drop below zero tonight and remain there for the better part of the next 5 days, maybe raising back into the single digits above zero next Monday. Within that time frame, overnight temperatures could drop as low as 40 below zero. Air temperature, folks, challenging records for each night, Friday through Sunday night. The reading on the thermometer will not tell the whole story, though, as the wind will add an extra bite to the air. Wind chills will be as low as 50 below zero, so dangerous conditions. I mean, if you're outdoors, even for a very short amount of time, any exposed skin could receive frostbite. The cold air will also drop the snow levels, the elevation at which precip starts to fall as snow. It'll drop close to sea level at the end of the week and start the weekend in the Pacific Northwest. That means cities like Portland and Seattle can get some accumulating snow at times, along with temperatures that will be below freezing for multiple days. Now, a more substantial storm moves through the region Friday into Saturday. At the same time, even colder air plunging into the region. Depending on the storm's exact track, this brutal cold could lead to accumulating snow in places that rarely receive any snow. Just be aware, the frozen tundra out there. All right, Senor Heatwave, welcome back. We left off talking about the contempt charges. Pappy reminded me, Peter Navarro was another name. Peter Navarro was actually shackled and handcuffed.
Yeah, and then what was that other one? Roger something or another.
Stone?
Were they CNN camera crew? Was that who that was?
I think so.
Down in Florida? I mean, good night. And then they're accusing the Republicans of, they're just a political witch hunt. Well, You know what? Accuse your opposition of what you've already been doing. And it's kind of like Hamas screaming and hollering, hey, they've killed civilians. The Israelis have killed civilians. Well, what in the hell do you think you did when you started this up?
Mm-hmm.
I have no pity for folks like Hamas or whatever flim talking people out there that hate us. I don't. I've got no pity for them. And then you got these politicians, flaunting or even sons of politicians flaunting their, my name is Biden, ha, ha, ha. Who gives a rat's behind, who you are? It's what you have done. And why it cannot be seen by the Democrat Party is absolutely beyond me. And, I called them a bunch of jackasses. Well, that's their party animal. Now, what is the jackass supposed to represent on the Democrat side? What were the characteristics of them choosing that animal? Anybody have an idea?
I do not know the history of how the Republican Party became an elephant and the Democrat became a donkey. I do not know that.
Well, it's almost apropos. That's a pretty big word for a truck driver. The Democrats are acting just like jackasses. They're stubborn. They get something in their head and they're going to go with it no matter what. And the Republican side, well, the elephant, tell you what, an elephant don't forget. But, you got to have people in there that are absolute Republicans, not a rhino. Oh, goodness. Well, politics aside, yeah, I'm over here. I'm just outside of Lamar, Colorado. It's another dark, inky black night, and it's 20 degrees. I was at the hotel earlier in the morning yesterday, and a lady come up to me and said, "Why is it windy out here?" I says, "Well, that's usually what happens before you get yourself a blizzard." And she's like, "Oh, my God. Are they going to be able to fly airplanes out of the airport?" I said, "Well, I don't know. You can't look at me and ask them kind of questions because I'm just a damned old truck driver. I don't fly them big things in the sky." But anyways, all right, Senor, I'm going to let you go before I lose you here. You have yourself a good morning.
Thank you so much, Senor Heatwave. Appreciate you checking in. Safe travels out there. And, yeah, you're out west. Get ready for that Arctic blast. It's coming your way. It'll be there before you know it. I'm doing a little research here, going back in time, because the images, the donkey, the elephant. We're going way, way back in time, and I guess back in the days of the we still have the political cartoons, and as they say, most Americans would be kind of surprised to learn that both political symbols, as well as the likes of Santa Claus and Uncle Sam, were popularized and given their modern forms by the same maverick cartoonist. His name was Thomas Nast, and over the course of a tenure at Harper's Weekly, we're talking 1862 to 1886, he became America's first great political cartoonist and one of the harshest satirists. In the detailed wood engravings for which he was best remembered, he tackled the Civil War, the follies of Reconstruction, immigration, and most famously, the Tammany Hall political machine. Some have suggested that the word nasty derives from his surname, and while that's almost certainly not true, one glance at his cartoons might convince you that it is. Historians have asserted that Nast, who grew up in New York City in the 1840s and 50s, was ferociously bullied as a child. Indeed, the two themes that run through his career are his sneering disdain for bullies of all shapes and sizes and his compassions for their victims. At Harper's, he moved back and forth between these two poles. In one famous cartoon, Worse Than Slavery, from 1874, a defenseless black family cowers before a grinning Klansman, and another, a blistering parody of the KKK's alliance with New York's political machine. That was entitled, They Are Swallowing Each Other. I guess you move forward in time. Nast was a proud supporter of the party of Lincoln. He drew the Herald as a donkey wrapped in a lion's skin, frightening the other animals with wild stories and a Grant dictatorship. Among those animals are an enormous oafish elephant labeled the Republican vote, which looks as though it's about to fall off a cliff. Okay, so it's political satire, and I guess those representations have stuck with them over the decades. Okay, it's 844-844-3388. You learn something new every day. Nick Saban's coaching reign has come to an end. His dominance over college football, however, will linger in the lore of the sport. Saban, who won 7 national championships, more than any other major college football coach, and turned Alabama back into a national powerhouse that shattered an Associated Press poll record for the most consecutive seasons at number 1, announcing his retirement this past day. Saban, in a statement, said, "The University of Alabama has been a very special place to Terry and me. It's not just about how many games we won and lost, but it's about the legacy and how we went about it. We always tried to do it the right way." Now, at the age of 72, Saban restored a Crimson Tide program once ruled by Paul Bryant, a.k.a. Bear Bryant, to the top of the college football after taking over in 2007. As he stacked up the wins, his celebrity status reached royalty levels in the state of Alabama. For a time, he was the sports overlord, and there was little that could be done to stop him. Saban won 6 of his titles during his 17 seasons at Alabama. He won his first with LSU in 2003. His Tide teams were ranked number 1 in the AP poll in a remarkable 15 straight seasons, breaking the old record of 7 held by Miami. Saban's wife, Terry, posted about their incredible run at Alabama on her Facebook page for Nick's Kids Foundation, stating, "We hope the Saban legacy will be about helping others and making a positive difference in people's lives, as well as the winning tradition on the field." This retirement ends a career that's helped launch or relaunch the head coaching careers of Georgia's Kirby Smart, Texas's Steve Sarkisian, and Mississippi's Lane Kiffin. He finished just shy of the top in his final season, of course, leading the Tide from that shaky start to a Southeastern Conference championship, back to the college football playoff before falling in overtime to Michigan in that semifinal game at the Rose Bowl. Alabama's athletic director says he's one of the greatest coaches of all time in any sport. Saban led the Tide to 9 SEC championships and won his first national title at Alabama with a 14-0 season in 2009. Titles coming again in 2011, 12, 15, 17, and 2020. He also won the SEC with LSU in 2001 and 2003.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
If that sound gives you nightmares, there's a cheap and easy way to avoid engines not firing. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Pour Stable in your gas can or directly into the tank of your car, truck, hybrid, boat, ATV, motorcycle, or lawnmower to prevent fuel-related engine problems that cost time and money. When you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, coming up, we'll get back to the calls at 844-844-3388. With the surprise news of Saban retiring, the big question on everyone's mind, well, who's gonna fill them shoes? Several college football experts across the country have weighed in, giving their opinions on who are the likely candidates to replace the 7-time 6 with Crimson Tide national championship winning coach. And one of the more prominent minds of the sport and an expert on all things SEC, Paul Feinbaum, weighed in with his list of names. For Feinbaum, at least right out of the gate, the list has 2 names that stand out over the others. He says Oregon Ducks head coach Dan Lanning and head coach of the Houston Texans, DeMeco Ryan. While appearing on ESPN, the Mouth of the South explained why he believes Ryans and Lanning are in the mix. I think the name you're going to hear the most is Dan Lanning. Dan Lanning spent some time as a graduate assistant at Alabama before moving over to work with Kirby Smart. I think you'll hear a couple of other names, he said. You'll hear Steve Sarkisian. I don't know if this is a reality or not, but I think at some point the DeMeco Ryan's name is going to be mentioned as well. It's unlikely that he would walk away after a masterpiece this year at Houston, but don't forget, he was an All-American at Alabama and is beloved by the fan base there. So I think that's where you start. Lane Kiffin's name will be thrown around. I don't know if that's something that will come to fruition, but those are the names you're probably going to hear most prominently. Now, with both of them currently occupying head coaching positions elsewhere, Alabama would likely have to open their pocketbooks to acquire the services of either one of them. Still, with the news of Saban's retirement fresh, the program is in the early days of their head coaching hunt. Fans of the program should not anticipate it taking too long until a new head coach is named. Now, the odds have been released. Replacing the greatest of all time is a tall task. Odds makers at sportsbetting.ag projected the favorites to take over in T-Town. The initial list of potential candidates starts there with Oregon coach Dan Lanning. He's the favorite at 3-1. Clemson head coach and former Alabama tight end Dabo Swinney has long been rumored as a potential candidate to replace Saban. When he eventually stepped down, he was the second best odds to do so. There are more notable names on the list as well. What do the odds makers think will happen at Alabama? Now, Lanning is part of Saban's iconic coaching tree, serving as a graduate assistant at Alabama 2015. Also had an opportunity to return to Tuscaloosa, but already took a job on Kirby Smart's staff at Georgia, which prevented him from doing so. Now, he's off to an impressive start to his head coaching career, amassing a 22-5 record over 2 years at Oregon. He's also seen success on the recruiting trail at both high school level and with the transfer portal, and that kind of adds to his case to replace Saban at Alabama. But Lanning, the Oregon head coach, according to the odds makers, is at plus 300 right now. See what Eagle's got on his mind this morning. I don't know if he was calling to talk some sports or politics. What's going on, Eagle?
Yeah, there's so much going on. I couldn't call in the last couple of nights, but so much going on in the world with politics and then sports world. So, but I think politics is a little bit more important than sports, But I will say one quick note about Alabama. I might call back here a little bit later and talk about the sports deal. It's going to be hard to replace Nick Saban at Alabama, and I hope they don't make the mistake of bringing in Deion Sanders because Sanders is not the answer. He couldn't get the job done in Colorado, and I guarantee he's not going to get the job at Alabama. I hope they don't make the mistake of bringing in a big name like Sanders because it'll be a bad mistake if they bring in Deion Sanders as far as I'm concerned. But, like I said, I'll get back to the sports later on tonight when I call you. But, yeah, Steve, first of all, the first thing I wanted to say before I get to the Hunter Biden situation is I've been waiting on this day for a while now, and that's big fat Chris Christie out of New Jersey. He announced that he was ending his campaign for the Republicans today. It should have ended about a year ago when he entered his name in because he never had a chance to win. But one quick note for a big fat boy in New Jersey: next time it comes 2028, my man, just remember what I told you. You come in as a Democrat because you're not a Republican, never have been, never will be. So just remember that, Chris Christie. If you want to run for president again, brother, you just make sure you come in as a Democrat because we don't want you in the Republican Party.
All right. Now, hold that thought there, Eagle, because we got to get our news break. That's a good place to take a quick time out there. 29 past the hour. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. U.S. Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin has prostate cancer, and his recent hospitalization was the result of complications from surgery to treat and cure it. High winds continuing to batter parts of the U.S., especially along the East Coast throughout today. The National Weather Service also still has flooding and coastal flooding alerts posted mainly along Maryland, Delaware, New Jersey, Connecticut, and Massachusetts. Donald Trump says a president must be allowed full immunity, even when challenging elections. And he says the charges being brought against him in the federal elections case amount to a political prosecution. Trump's attorneys arguing their client's efforts in the post-election period fell within his official presidential responsibilities. I'm Corey Myers, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Had a story from CDL Life this past day stating that North Carolina will soon see a growing trucking company after a trucker wins the lottery and plans to use the money to buy more trucks. William Roberts, the truck driver, says he was just sipping his morning coffee in Morrisville, North Carolina, when his life changed. I got up Sunday morning, went to buy a cup of coffee from the store, sat in my car drinking my coffee while I scratched my ticket. As he scratched his ticket, Roberts revealed a $1 million scratch-off prize. Now, he said it's not the first time he's actually won some money. He said, I hit $500 once, but this is the first time I've ever won so big. I've been doing pretty well on that $50 ticket, but this is unbelievable. Now, he was given the option to collect $1 million in $50,000 installments for 20 years or cash out for $600,000 straight away. He chose the $600,000 option, walked away with $429,000 and some change after taxes. Now, he said, I'm a truck driver, so I'll probably invest the money into buying more trucks for my business. Okay. Hope all goes well there. Now, Eagle, back to business here. Thanks for hanging in there.
Okay, yeah, I'm still here. Like I said about Christie, Steve, he's out of the race. That's a good thing, but he had some final parting words for Donald Trump, as usual. Like I said, that's why he was in there to badmouth him, but I'm not going to repeat what he said because it's not worth mentioning when it comes to Chris Christie. But before I get to the immigration situation, Steve, we'll talk about Hunter Biden and the way he conducted himself today. And just like I've been telling you for months now about Biden crime family, this guy here, he knows that he has the Department of Injustice on his side for him to walk out of that courtroom today and do what he did. And when Marjorie Taylor was getting ready to question him, and she called him out like the coward that he is. And he's a daddy's boy, always has been, and he just had been a privileged punk his whole life. You know, anybody we talked about it with the cocaine months ago. Anybody in their right mind know that cocaine belonged to Hunter Biden, and they let him get away with that. They let him get away with dirty dealings with the countries all over the world. They let him do all kind of dirty deals just because his dad has power and prestige. But hopefully his luck will run out, and Mr. Biden will end up behind bars where he belongs, because it's too much, Steve. Like I said, the Bidens to let this guy get away with it. I think the only reason that Biden is hanging around at this point is because he wants to pardon that punk son of his, and then I think he's gonna announce that he's jumping out of the race. And from what I'm hearing, Steve, that he might bring in Gavin Newsom. I told you this months ago. Kamala Harris is not even in the picture when it comes with the Democrats. She's just a name only, but they're not even thinking about putting her on the ticket because they know she's useless. She's been useless for 3 years. But from what I'm understanding, Biden is just hanging around just long enough to pardon his punk son, and then he'll move on. Because you and I both know that he's not going to last another 4 years in the White House to 2028. He's a walking dead right now at this point. And for them to say, Steve, it's a complete embarrassment. The United States is on the edge of war right now, and you got the Department of Defense. Nobody, he goes missing, and the President of the United States of America doesn't even know where he is. That's a complete joke. Just like Trump said, it's just another embarrassing week. You know, there's so many embarrassments with Biden, I can't even keep up with things to say about this guy. But that's totally embarrassing when you don't know where your Department of Defense man is. It's just sickening. Now getting to the point with the border, Steve, I don't know if you've seen on the news, the Biden administration, they've stooped to all-time lows. Now, I thought they couldn't get no lower, but I'm pretty sure they get even lower than this. Now they're asking American people in New York City to take their kids out of school, Steve, to allow the schools to be used as a shelter for the immigrants. Have you heard of that?
Yes. And I think it's going to get mighty cold next week. I mean, originally the plan was with all the winds and the severe weather coming in, it was supposed to be just like from Tuesday into Wednesday. I just can't help but wonder if they're going to extend that, though, with the weather that's coming in the next couple of days.
Oh, yeah. It's supposed to be cold as hell outside. Yeah, I'm not looking forward to it. It's supposed to hit all of the United States. So it doesn't matter where you're located at right now. For what I'm at, it's going all the way down to Texas, Florida, all the states going to be hit by this cold and snow and ice. So it's going to be a miserable couple of weeks, it look like. But, yeah, Steve, like I said, they're asking people to take their kids out of school so that they can house migrants. Up in Chicago, they're using city buses to house these people to keep them out of the war, keep them out of the cold. These immigrants that are illegally in the country. And here's the ultimate slap in the face, Steve. This guy, Mayorkas guy, we talked about him so much. I'm just sick of talking about him. This guy, if he had any pride about himself, he would resign in disgrace. He continues to say, now they're trying to put it on the Republicans, Steve. They're trying to say Biden and his people are saying that the Republicans, they stepped into a bad situation with the border, which is a complete lie when they got it 3 years ago. Then they had the nerve to say that the Republicans are holding back money so they can't do their job because they don't have the money to secure the border, which is another damn lie. it's just one lie after another. You know, this press secretary, she comes on TV and has the nerve to say that the Mayorkas in the Biden administration is doing everything they can to secure the border. Well, 20 million people later, and how can she even say something so stupid, Steve, that the Bidens are doing everything they can to secure the border when we got 15 to 20 million people in this country illegally? It's a slap in the face. All those people should resign in disgrace. They shouldn't even have to be run out of the White House. They should just go ahead and quit, turn in their uniforms, turn in whatever they got to turn in, and get the hell out of the White House. Because at this point, Steve, it's gone way too far. And like I said, Biden, he's missing in action again as usual. Like they say, you got to pump him full of something to get him out there on the stage. They'll tell him what they shooting him up with just for him to make an appearance. Biden, he's on his last legs right now, and it's really sad. But like I said, Steve, I'm not gonna blame Biden for this situation anymore with the border, because Biden, he's long gone. The dementia has taken over him. He's not even control. I don't know who's in control of the U.S. right now, but it's not Joe Biden. So whoever's doing what they're doing a very poor job. And like I say, it's not a matter of if, like I'm going to repeat myself, it's not a matter of if we're going to have a terrorist attack. It's just a matter of when and where in 2024 it will occur. But we will have an attack. And you have nobody to blame but the Democrats and Mr. Mayorkas, the biggest insult to that job in the history of this country, that allowed all these people in here illegally to blame for it. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
Well, speaking of a potential attack here on our soil, just this past day, according to the report by Politico, U.S. officials said there is an escalating risk that Lebanese Hezbollah militants will strike Americans in the Middle East, but perhaps even more concern, they could hit inside the United States. The Iran-backed militants would be likely to target U.S. personnel in the Middle East first, according to officials speaking to the news organization. U.S. intelligence agencies gathering Hezbollah data say they've suggested they may be weighing strikes against U.S. troops or diplomatic staffers overseas, according to two of those officials. Politico quoted the officials as saying the chances of such a brazen attack on the U.S. are also growing as the war in Gaza continues and tensions escalate. Hezbollah could draw on the capability they have to put people in places to do something. That's something to be worried about, according to one of the officials. All the officials were given anonymity by Politico to talk freely about the reports. America has come under criticism since Hamas struck Israel on October 7, igniting the war in Gaza. Of course, as critics of Israel's assault on Hamas have accused that nation of targeting innocents in Gaza and even of committing genocide against the Palestinian people, they've also criticized the Biden administration for failing to push Israel harder toward a ceasefire and a conclusion to the conflict. Now, some experts have raised concerns that the Gaza war could spread across the region. Yeah, that's been from day number one. Every day is just kind of sitting on pins and needles. Will something spark things to escalate or expand in that region? Hey, we got clear lines. It's 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration,
emissions.
The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Did you know gas goes bad in as little as 30 days? Bad gas can cause rough starts, poor performance, or no starts at all. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Whether it's your car, truck, boat, lawnmower, leaf blower, weed trimmer, ATV, motorcycle, or anything else with an engine, when you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, according to the latest short-term energy outlook, the Energy Information Administration reported crude oil prices will remain mostly stable and global liquid fuel consumption will decrease. The report released on Tuesday also forecasted a shift in electric generation for the second consecutive month. We are experiencing a significant shift in the U.S. electric generation as solar generation grows rapidly, taking market share from coal and tempering the growth in natural gas usage, according to the EIA administrator. Now, coal and natural gas remain important to the U.S. electric grid, even as variable renewable resources like solar and wind grow. They went on to predict crude oil will average $82 per barrel for the year of 2024 before falling to $79 per barrel in 2025. Production growth is expected to outpace demand growth, which would allow inventories to build and put some downward pressure on prices. Global liquid fuels production is forecast to increase by 600,000 barrels per day this year. By 2025, production is expected to rise by 1.6 million barrels per day. U.S. crude production is at record highs, expected to set records in 24 and 25. They are predicting 13.2 million barrels per day this year, 13.4 million barrels per day in 2025. And much of this growth, they say, is being driven by increases in well efficiency. Now, of course, higher, more volatile prices could result from recent developments in the Middle East. There's always those wild cards there, and you never know what Mother Nature may throw at you. Things can change on the drop of a hat. All right, other industry headlines as it's 844-844-3388. Asking for assistance, Nashville police. The person responsible for the truck driver shot to death in East Nashville's Love's Travel Center is still at large, they tell us, after Monday's tragedy. 37-year-old truck driver David White was found shot to death in the cab of his trucks at the Love's Travel Center in East Nashville on January 8th. White was found by Love's employees after his company, KA Logistics, called that center to ask for a welfare check because he wasn't answering the phone. Now, he was last seen alive about 7:20 p.m. on January 7th, buying food inside the travel center. Since then, the Metro Nashville Police Department has asked the public for help in finding his murderer. According to WKRN, anyone with information is asked to call Crime Stoppers. Other drivers who were interviewed at that truck stop over the past day or so, we try to stick together and look out for one another. It's sad to hear one of our brothers has fallen. Driver Tom Bashman said he did not know White, but he happened to be at the truck stop during the investigation. Another driver, Kyra Mosley, says, I send out to his family my condolences. I mean, it can be dangerous out here. We all know. You never really know. KA Logistics issued a statement following the tragedy, which reads, David was not just a member of the KA Logistics team. He was a dedicated professional, a reliable colleague, and a friend with many in our organization. His unwavering commitment to his responsibilities and his positive demeanor left a lasting impact on those who had the privilege of working alongside him. As we reflect on the loss of our dear colleague, let us remember David for the positive energy he brought to our workplace and the warmth he shared with everyone around him. Meanwhile, on over to Memphis, Tennessee. We had shared the story of it was not New Year's Day, but the day after, Tuesday, the 2nd of January, where there were armed holdups of both a FedEx delivery and a UPS delivery. I guess those weren't the only two that occurred that day, as Memphis police shared dash cam video of another separate cargo theft in progress that occurred that day in hopes that someone might be able to help identify the suspects. This occurred on January the 2nd, about 7:30 in the morning. Holmes Road in Memphis, Tennessee. This was dash cam video obtained from another nearby semi-truck, showing a black Infiniti SUV backing up to the trailer. A black male subject wearing an orange hoodie, tan jacket, black pants, entering the trailer, and was then seen passing boxes to another black male wearing a black and white toboggan, a maroon sweater, and black pants. Subjects left westbound from that location. To date, no arrests have been made. Interesting thing is, first of all, the suspect gets out, goes over, I guess, checks to see if the trailer doors were unlocked. He opens the trailer, looks back at his buddy, and he backs his vehicle up right there behind the trailer. Guy's bringing boxes to the back of the trailer. When the other suspect, that was the driver, gets out and opens the back hatch, you can see clearly there are already boxes, assumed stolen boxes from other shipments in the back of that trailer. I don't know if these same suspects may have been involved with the FedEx or the UPS, but there was barely any room in the back of that SUV to put what they were stealing at that point in time. We know there's been a number of commercial vehicle theft cases in Memphis so far in the month of December and January. Also on January the 2nd, as I mentioned, police responded to armed robberies. We had the FedEx truck on Winchester Road, the UPS truck on Summer Avenue. All this in Memphis, Tennessee. You got a racket of cargo theft going on there in the Memphis area. Meanwhile, what do we got? Pappy checks in here on a Thursday morning. What's going on, Pappy?
What's going on, Steve? Man, you weren't kidding about that weather heading our way, man.
Yeah. Now, it looks to me, I mean, at least for this first weekend storm, looks like we're going to be in a zone that sees, I guess, rain initially once again. And then like Friday night into Saturday morning, bottom falls out. The precip pretty much ends, but we get the flash freeze of everything. Yeah, at least those models are showing all the heavier snow is going to be kind of like north and west of us.
Yeah. Yep.
Now that may change. There's several other storms supposed to be coming in next week, though. I think we may get a decent accumulation out of one of those.
We'll see what happens. I know Friday they said good chance we could get an inch of rain. Man, I know last night was miserable, man. Looks like Friday's going to be the same way. Then, yeah, they're talking low temperatures in the below digits come Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday.
Well, that means my heat pump won't be doing squat to keep the house warm, or the secret bunker. No. We got the slat for the secret bunker here, and that thing don't do anything. Once you get that cold, it's time to break out the electric space heaters once again.
Yeah. Them heat pumps, Steve. Once it gets down about 32, whoop, I flip it over into the emergency heat, they call it, just a furnace run.
And then you close one eye when you open your Duke Energy bill because you know it's going to be off the charts.
Yeah, tad bit higher, but it is what it is. At least we got electric. Not like our buddy up in New York there. His power went out. Steve, he was talking in the chat there. That ain't going to be till Friday, 11 p.m.
Really?
I don't know if you've seen his comments. Yeah. Well, he's got a generator. I told him, good man for.
Who was that? Was that Larry? Is that our good afternoon Larry friend? Is that him? Okay, I didn't realize. So
yes, sir.
He lost power. Okay.
Yeah. But the temps being down that low up there too. Steve.
Yeah.
I mean, come on, he's already there. So no joke, man. You gotta be prepared. But all right, Steve. I mean, I know you're getting at the top of the hour, but man, we gotta talk about a couple things here.
All right. Yeah. So speaking of which, we'll be right back.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
USA News, I'm Corey Myers. U.S. Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin has prostate cancer, and his recent hospitalization was the result of complications from surgery to treat and cure it. That's the update from the Pentagon, where spokesman John Kirby gave that update late yesterday.
He's progressed steadily throughout his stay. His infection is cleared. He continues to make progress, and we anticipate a full recovery, although this can be a slow process.
All this amid criticism of the fact that White House officials and President Biden were not informed of Austin's hospitalization for several days over the holiday break. High winds will continue to batter parts of the U.S., especially along the East Coast throughout today. The National Weather Service also still has flooding and coastal flooding alerts posted, mainly along those coastal states, including Maryland, Delaware, New Jersey, Connecticut, and Massachusetts. As of 9 a.m. today, the site poweroutage.us reported nearly 570,000 homes and businesses remained without electricity from yesterday's storms. Donald Trump says a president must be allowed full immunity, even when challenging elections. And he says the charges being brought against him in the federal elections case amount to a political prosecution.
It's the opening of a Pandora's box, and that's a very sad thing that's happened with this whole situation. When they talk about threat to democracy, that's your real threat to democracy.
Trump to reporters following his appearance at a federal appeals court hearing yesterday. Trump's attorneys argued that their client's efforts in the post-election period fell within his official presidential responsibilities. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com, use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
The next NASA moon missions are being pushed back about a year due to some technical problems discovered in recent testing. Yesterday, the U.S. Space Agency announced the planned delays for the Artemis II and Artemis III missions. Artemis II will be pushed from November of this year to September of next year. That will be a mission to take 4 astronauts on a journey to the moon's orbit. Artemis 3 has moved to a September 2026 launch date. It will attempt to put humans back onto the lunar surface. Meanwhile, NASA says the Artemis 4 launch remains on schedule for 2028. The Tennessee Titans saying goodbye to head coach Mike Vrabel, announcing his departure yesterday. The Titans at 6-11 didn't win enough games to get into the NFL postseason this year. Vrabel led the Titans to a 54-45 record in 6 seasons as head coach. That includes 3 consecutive playoff berths between 2019 and 2021. Bail is set at $750,000 for the man charged in the suspected murder of rapper Tupac Shakur. Attorneys for Dwayne Davis tried to argue in the Las Vegas court yesterday Davis was neither a flight risk nor a risk to the public. Prosecutors, of course, argued the contrary. Defense attorneys had filed a motion seeking leniency. I'm Corey Myers, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regen fans, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All righty, thank you much. And round and around we go, back with another hour. Some other industry headlines coming up here. I was looking at the video out of New York where they have like one of the weather cams stationed, I guess, on a separate building. And it's a time lapse showing the Brooklyn Tower that was swaying in the winds when they had those 60-mile-an-hour winds the other night. Wow. I'm not a big fan of heights. I don't like being in real tall buildings. But and again, it's a time lapse, so it makes it look like it's probably swaying a lot faster than it was actually moving. But if I was inside, I would have been scared to death. Way up there. You can also see a door on the side of the building down at the lower end of the tower that's constantly flapping open and close in the winds. Meanwhile, 844-844-3388. I just prefer to stay a little closer to the ground, if you don't mind. All right, Pappy, welcome back. Had a couple things on your mind, huh?
Yeah, Steve. Man, I'm like you. Believe it or not, I mean, back when I was building houses, my construction days before I doing what I'm doing now, man, I had no problem getting up on the ladder, second and third floor, right? Steve, I could walk a 2x4 wall, you know, without when you're setting up the exterior walls.
Yeah.
Putting the trusses up, man, I could walk down the second floor 2x4 with no security rope on. I think nothing of it, Steve. But once you start getting up 10th, 11th, 12th, man, Steve, I had nightmares about being frozen like on a steel beam and you're like 50 stories up.
Right.
So scared you can't move, you know. I don't like them big heights like that, man. I don't know how these guys do it to build these things. But listen, man, Hunter Biden, what a disgraced human being, Steve. I mean, a disgrace to the country. I'd say he would be a disgrace to his family. But that wouldn't apply. This wasn't nothing but him flipping off the members of that committee and the American people. See, that's all this was. Giving them the big double-barrel middle finger. That's all this was, man. He knows he's going to get pardoned. He knows the Justice Department or that district attorney there is not going to do anything. It's not going to happen. They're not going to put handcuffs on him like they did Stephen K. Bannon and Peter Navarro. And the other guy you mentioned, you were correct, Roger Stone, right? Mm-hmm. Nothing's going to happen to him. Even if they did, he'd get pardoned. And he's going to get pardoned before they leave the White House. Anyway. So, what a shame. Now, my man Bongino, Steve, he found something. Well, somebody else found it. He didn't find it. Just back in the late 1800s, same thing happened. Saying Congress has the power to bring him in anyway. I don't know if it would be the Capitol Police that would go snatch him up. Some off the wall. I should have wrote it down. He said, but the Republicans don't have the kahunas to do it. He said, but it is possible they could. Technically, they have the power to take him into custody and bring him in for the hearing. Only been done once, back in the late 1800s, but they won't do it. Steve, I think I mentioned this on your show when we were talking about Epstein. About bodies being buried on that island. You recall me saying that or not?
Mm-hmm.
I might have
held
my tongue on that, but I think I did. Steve, word has it there was a satanic altar on that island too. Listen, man, I just want to put it out there. I want you to keep that in the back of your head. All right? Just write that down on a little piece of paper and keep it on your desk if you ain't going to hear the end of that. Man, Bongino kind of busted my bubble a little bit here, Steve. But I disagree with him.
Really?
Yeah. Who do you think? Who did I say was going to be the nominee for the Democratic Party?
Michelle.
Yes, sir. Bongino says, ain't no way.
Really?
Gives it a 1% chance it maybe happen.
Now, did he suggest who he's leaning towards? Is he thinking Newsom?
Well, you know, you got under, and this is why I like Bongino, Steve. This man worked in the White House, right?
Yeah.
He worked under Clinton, Obama, and Bush. He was on the presidential detail for 5 years. And he ran the motorcade for Obama. And, Steve, when you're sitting in a limo with these people, when you're in rooms when Michelle and they're having conversations, you kind of tend to get to know them a little bit. He said the reason he thinks it's going to be a no-go with Michelle is that she does not like the limelight. Not at all. And her and Obama now are making big-time money with these movies that they're putting out, these Netflix movies.
Mm-hmm.
And they like the money, too. They don't want to give that up. They would have to disclose all their financial records that she ran, like Trump had to put all his businesses in a trust. Put the business, the real estate business, in his son's name. So he thinks, it ain't happening, man.
Okay.
Steve, I tend to disagree, man. And I said this from the beginning. I didn't say she was going to run, right? I said what's going to happen, the Republican convention is first, and then it's the Democrat Party's convention. If Trump wins the nomination, Steve, they are going to go begging on hands and knees to Michelle and Barack to save the party, save their power. And I think she's going to probably accept and say, yeah, we can't let Trump win. That's what's going to happen. Well, you know, predictions are like...
Yeah.
Everybody's got one. I don't know. That's what I think might happen.
I mean, I shared last evening. I know you were busy much of the night. You probably didn't hear that there was a Morgan Stanley analyst making his prediction that Biden will exit somewhere, but after Super Tuesday, and then so that's 8 months before the election. They'll have time to pull somebody in. I don't know why he was thinking Super Tuesday, but.
Yeah, I think they'll wait till after the Republican convention. That's a ways away, Steve.
Yeah.
I mean, they're still trying to do whatever they can to Trump, right? Who knows what can happen between now and then? No, we've all been saying this, Steve. Bongino was even mentioning it. He sees the writing on the wall. There's been some articles out there from Politico and Drudge especially, who went totally crazy, whacked out libs. Steve, if Trump wins the election, if we get that far, and he wins the election, you think what Antifa and Black Lives Matter was doing during all the police riots, let's say,
How insane would the left go is the question, right?
It's going to be child's play considering what's going to happen. They are going to go bonkers. And we all know it. We all know it. So we'll see what happens. See what happens. I don't know, Steve. Crazy this year, man. I mean, we've talked about it last year. Started wounding down. Last year was pretty crazy, but this year is just going to be flat out off the hook. Got the defense secretary. White House don't know where he's at, Steve. I mean, when I first heard that on your show, I was on hold with you.
Yep.
And I'm like, what a bunch of buffoons. With everything going, I mean, come to find out, I guess now he was having surgery for prostate cancer.
Correct.
Something went wrong. Ended up in ICU. Wish no ill against this man whatsoever. But come on, Steve. His aides, everybody, don't tell the White House where he's at. What's going on? How come the Secret Service knew where he was at? According to Bongino, he's got a Secret Service detail protection.
Really?
Yes, sir. I don't know. People are still scratching their head about this one, man. I mean, does this just show that the White House is totally in shambles? I mean, just totally.
Yeah, I mean, you had even the assistant defense secretary who was supposed to be handling his duties was in Puerto Rico, and she was unawares for at least 2 days. I think she found out on Thursday that he was incapacitated.
Steve, what if some major stuff would have went down in the Red Sea over there?
Yeah, sure.
You know, we were talking about, hey, man, we got a Iranian warship over there now. I mean, what if we would exchange some? I mean, we got missiles being launched from Yemen here yesterday. Forget how many drones and missiles we shot down. I mean, say if, man, it really broke off over there. We sunk a warship. Maybe one of our warships gets sunk. And where's this guy? Nobody knows.
Mm-hmm.
He's in an ICU unit. Nobody can communicate with him. That's just crazy, man. Is it that much disrespect they have for the White House now? You know, when Bongino was talking about it, he said, listen, I'm telling you something. under Clinton, under Bush, and under Barack Obama. And he said this is a known fact. He didn't care who was president, before or even after. You don't F with the president. You don't mess with him. You don't disrespect him. Like they did Trump when he got in office. Total disrespect. And he was like, but for one of his own people to just flat out and ignore, not telling the White House what's going on, it just shows a sign of like disrespect.
Well, then he did come out and, accept full responsibility that I guess he had made the call not to notify. I take full responsibility. I'll do better in the future.
Yeah. Steve, here we got buffoons running the country. That's just all there is to it. All right, my man, I appreciate you taking the call.
All right, thank you for checking in. And yes, there was yet another barrage of drones shot down by both U.S. and British forces this past day. Now, what response has thus far, what response have we shown? Latest reports out of the UK say Britain, they're about fed up. Britain is on the brink of blasting bases in Yemen after Iran-based Houthi rebels aimed their biggest missile and drone strike at a Royal Navy warship this past day. Tell you more right after this quick timeout.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Powerstroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yeah, which kind of makes it sound like there undoubtedly could be an uptick in hostilities. Things could still spread with the amount of time that's passed. You begin to hear that Israel's saying they're kind of scaling back the attack, but it's going to continue, but they're scaling back. All it takes is... another day to come and go. Britain's Defense Secretary Grant Shapps warned the might is in place to do what needs to be done. Asked if Britain could launch strikes on Yemen, he responded, "Watch this space." Now, that's just hours after the HMS Diamond unleashed a devastating barrage of Sea Viper missiles and anti-aircraft cannon to defend itself and nearby ships in the Red Sea. Shapps said that the Type 45 destroyer with 260 crew appeared to have been targeted in strikes, but that the drones and missiles were shot down. No injuries or damage sustained to the HMS Diamond or her crew. But he vowed the Houthi rebels will face consequences for launching their largest ever attack on shipping with 18 kamikaze drones, 2 anti-ship cruise missiles, and a ballistic anti-ship missile Tuesday night. He also vowed to lobby the Treasury in the UK to ramp up spending on defense, saying we're living in much, much more dangerous times. And he asked if he would press for another further increase in the next budget. He said, yeah, I'm on the record saying I think it should be 3% GDP. Let's get the 2.5 first, but we need more. They launch at 4 times the speed of sound and maneuver for the kill at G-forces no human can withstand to hit targets up to 75 miles away. I guess he's explaining these kamikaze drones. Together with the warship's distinctive Samson radar, which towers 40 meters over the water, the Type 45 destroyers can track 1,000 objects the size of a cricket ball up to 250 miles away. Yeah, the Sun understands the crew also fired their 30-millimeter DS-30B anti-aircraft cannon, which can fire up to 650 rounds a minute and hit targets almost 2 miles away. The HMS Diamond's crew shot down 7 of the drones in a joint blitz with U.S. warships, including the nuclear-powered aircraft carrier USS Dwight D. Eisenhower and 3 Arleigh Burke-class guided missile destroyers. U.S. Central Command said this is the 26th attack on shipping in less than 2 months. UK's SHAP said the attacks show Iran and the Houthis have ignored previous warnings. Naval sources confirmed the ship was in the line of fire. Iran is thought to have radars on its merchant ship, the MV Bashad, to track vessels in the region and pass the intel to the Houthis. SHAP said there is no doubt Iran was the eyes and the ears of the rebels. He told The Sun, Iran are helping to guide these attacks. That is certainly the case. We are being very clear with Tehran that this is not acceptable, but he signaled any UK strikes would target Houthis in Yemen. Asked if Britain would strike Iran, he said, our concern is directly with where these attacks are coming from. That is the Houthis, who are, as you know, stationed in Yemen and carrying out attacks from Yemen. So things could undoubtedly expand in the blink of an eye. Just think our defense secretary was out of commission for damn near a week last week. It's the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. U.S. Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin has prostate cancer, and his recent hospitalization was the result of complications from surgery to treat and cure it. High winds continuing to batter parts of the U.S., especially along the East Coast throughout today. The National Weather Service also still has flooding and coastal flooding alerts posted mainly along Maryland, Delaware, New Jersey, Connecticut, and Massachusetts. Donald Trump says a president must be allowed full immunity, even when challenging elections. And he says the charges being brought against him in the federal elections case amount to a political prosecution. Trump's attorneys arguing their client's efforts in the post-election period fell within his official presidential responsibilities. I'm Corey Myers, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, real quick, like talking about the Houthi attacks. Yeah, commenting on how concerning the escalation by the Yemeni rebel group is. Rear Admiral Chris Perry told The Sun the end is to impose costs on those countries that are either tacitly or actively supporting Israel. What they're doing is interrupting international trade through an international straits, hoping that'll put pressure on both the free world economies, but also the governments of the country is concerned. And at the moment, Admiral said he's not concerned with immediate military action unless the Iron Fleet in the Red Sea starts to give in. He said, I think right now the warships in the Red Sea are coping pretty admirably with the threat. But as soon as you get an indication that these warships might be overwhelmed by the threat, then you will see immediate strike action against elements of the command system of the Houthi rebels and also their military capability. He also said, I think over time, the international community is going to lose patience with these Houthi rebels as well. I'm surprised they haven't already. But morning, Philip. How we doing?
I was just sitting here driving along, bud, listening to y'all. Sorry if I sound a little different. I've been under the weather the last few days, and it's getting to me a little bit, but I'm on my way to work. Sounds like to me they need to go after their command posts out there in Yemen. That's probably why Great Britain is pretty PO'd with it, because if you look at the map, a lot of that stuff is going up into Europe, and now they've got to go around Africa. It's going to take a longer time for those folks to get their products.
And the cost.
It's put a big hunch in it, man. And I'm going to tell you what, you were talking about the speed of those drones. That sounds pretty close to what those hypersonic missiles do that we've been hearing about the last few years. Those hypersonic missiles, they go the same kind of speed. And if you look at it, Steve, where would Iran get that kind of technology to give it to those guys?
Mm-hmm.
There's only about 2 or 3 nations in the world that have that technology, and we know who they are. And I don't think that we've given up any of our secrets on that kind of stuff. Not that I know of, but that hypersonic stuff is nothing to play around with. You'd be on the ground for it before you know it when it hits you. And I think somebody needs to talk to some other countries that are involved with other wars right now that are dealing with these drone stuff. I mean, I hate to point the finger at Russia, but it's looking pretty close. What do you think?
Russia, China would be the only two that would have that kind of technology, right?
Absolutely. There's only about 2 or 3 countries in the world that have that kind of, they have the, how do I say this? They have the people that can do that and that know that technology. And that's us, China, and Russia. They're the only 3 nations in the world that have that hypersonic technology that I know of. If you look at the guy from North Korea, look where he's close to, and look where he's getting a lot of his technology from, across the border. And China, how far are they away from Russia, Steve? They're not far from Russia now, are they? So it's something that we need to pay attention to. And I know a lot of people, they hear me and a bunch of other guys, all of us, we talk about conspiracy, that's conspiracy theories. But, dude, if you use your common sense and you see the map of the world, you see how the land is laid out, you can see it. You can see it. And Great Britain starts getting into the deal, and their Navy's not as big as ours. And if they start getting into the deal and they start throwing stuff in there, it's going to be bad. It's going to be real bad. I mean, it's pretty rough when you've got companies like Maersk with shipping containers that are not going up there. They say, we ain't taking our ships through there. We're not even taking a chance of getting our ships hit. And you got a lot of companies. I mean, I'm surprised CMA and a lot of those haven't even started doing that yet. And I know it's probably coming down the pipe. So, but we'll just have to wait and see how it goes. What'd you think about that SLS pushback, Steve?
Yeah,
you heard on the news?
Another year. Yeah, so. I mean, you're the one that's been saying all along the delays and cost overruns, and they just keep kicking the can down the road. So,
I seriously think that little moon lander that didn't do things right the other day was one of the telltale signs of how that's going, because that little moon lander was funded by NASA. And when you start throwing away $100 million that's been developing and putting a piece up there in space, that's a lot of money. And you got to look at it like this. NASA gets about $40 billion a year. That's just a rough estimate. And probably more than that. It might be just a little less than that. but a major chunk of that goes to that SLS program. And that's why I think that program is going to get cut eventually. I really think it's going to get cut, Steve, because commercial rockets can do the same thing that SLS is doing. We've seen that over at Boca Chica with Starship, you know, and it can do the same thing that SLS is doing. It's just they got to develop it a little bit more and keep going. I mean, it's a lot more process, but that SLS, that's a dangerous vehicle, and it's very, very fragile in the way it works and the way how things operate. And I really think that program is going to get cut. That's just my personal opinion. I hope it doesn't get cut for the folks that are working on it, because there's a lot of people at the Cape that are working on that.
Mm-hmm.
But I think these companies like Blue Origin and SpaceX, if they keep going the route they're going, they'll be working right around what's going on with SLS. I mean, definitely SpaceX. Blue Origin, they still got a lot of work to do. They're still developing their vehicles. SpaceX has developed a major portion of their vehicles, but they're a lot further in the game than SLS is. And I don't know why they drag it out. I really don't. You know, so we'll just have to sit back and see how it works. So, but that's all I got today, bud. I'll talk to y'all next week. Y'all have a safe weekend.
I appreciate it. Thank you very much. And yeah, thanks for the Mike's weather page. I asked him yesterday about, I was wanting to see what his weather guy was saying about the big weekend storm coming up here, yet another weekend storm. But Astrobotic, they updated this past day. They believe they've honed in on the cause for the problems plaguing the Peregrine moon lander, which Peregrine is actually carrying 20 payloads, according to 20 payloads for a variety of customers, including NASA. NASA has 5 scientific instruments on the lander via the Commercial Lunar Payload Services program, but they did say none of these payloads will reach their intended destination. Of course, we know the Peregrine launched early Monday morning atop the United Launch Alliance's new Vulcan Centaur rocket, which that operated as expected. The goal of becoming the first private spacecraft to land softly on the moon. That dream dashed by a propellant leak that sprung up shortly after Peregrine deployed from the rocket's upper stage. They have been troubleshooting and analyzing ever since, and the company said they may now know what happened. Astrobotic's current hypothesis about the spacecraft's propulsion anomaly is that a valve between the helium pressurant and the oxidizer failed to reseal after actuating during initialization. This led to a rush of high-pressure helium that spiked the pressure in the oxidizer tank beyond its operating limit and subsequently ruptured the tank. Astrobotic has been impressively transparent about the anomaly. Tuesday's press update was the 8th one they've posted since that leak occurred. In update number 7, which was back on Tuesday, they announced that the fuel tank would prevent them from landing on the moon. At that point, they had about 40 hours worth of propellant left. So that 40 hours has come and gone. So there she goes, just floating around in space somewhere out there. About 15 before the hour. It is 844-844-3388. We'll get back to your calls in 2.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
About 25% of your trucking business revenue goes to paying for fuel. Most fleet cards promise big discounts, but charge hefty fees and limit where you can fuel up. Well, it's time for a change. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is the zero-fee way to save money and control your fuel spending. Bobtail Zero charges nothing in fees and can be used anywhere MasterCard is accepted. Approval can take just minutes. Apply now at bobtail.com and take back control of your business. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is issued by Bancorp Bank N.A. MasterCard and the Circles design are registered trademarks of MasterCard International Incorporated.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Just in case you weren't aware, it's almost that time of year. Everybody's favorite time of year, tax time. The Internal Revenue Service reminding taxpayers the 2024 filing season is about to begin the end of this month. Asking to take steps now to file your returns on time. January 29 will be the official start date of the 24 tax season, where they will start accepting and processing returns for the 23 tax year. Expecting over 128.7 million individual tax returns to be filed by the tax deadline of April 15. Now, for residents in Maine and Massachusetts, the deadline will be on April 17. Due to Patriots' Day and Emancipation Day holidays, deadlines may also be extended in case of taxpayers living in a federally declared disaster area. Although the IRS will not officially begin accepting and processing returns until the 29th, you don't need to wait until then to work on your taxes if you're using software companies or tax professionals, they say. For instance, many software firms accept tax return submissions and hold them until the IRS processing begins. IRS Free File will also be available on the irs.gov website starting January 12th. So that'll be Friday in advance of the filing season opening. That service will be available for any taxpayers who adjusted gross income was less than $79,000 last year. The IRS Direct File pilot will be rolled out in phases as final testing is completed and is expected to be widely available by maybe mid-March to eligible taxpayers in the participating states, which there's only, again, it's a pilot. Arizona, California, Florida, Massachusetts, New Hampshire, New York, Nevada, South Dakota, Tennessee, Texas, Washington, and Wyoming. So some important dates to jot down. January 12th, as we said, IRS Free File opens. January 16 will be the due date for your 2023 fourth quarter estimated tax payments. January 26th, the Earned Income Tax Credit Awareness Day. January 29, filing season start date for individual tax returns. April 15, due date of filing a tax return or to request an extension for most of the nation. April 17, as we mentioned, the due date for Maine and Massachusetts. Then October 15 will be the due date for those extension filers. But they're asking people, take steps now, get ready to file your 23 returns, so ordering and gathering all your necessary tax records, Social Security numbers, individual taxpayer identification numbers, adoption identification numbers, this year's identity protection personal identification numbers, the IP PIN. You should report all taxable income and wait until they receive all income-related documents. That's especially important for people who may receive various forms of 1099 from banks or other payers reporting unemployment compensation, dividends, pension, annuities, retirement plan distributions. Tax time. Gotta love it. Here it comes. All right, see here. Eagle, you hanging in there?
Yeah, I'm still here. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, go ahead, Eagle.
Okay, yeah. I wanted to talk about college football for a minute before I say something else about politics right quick. Yeah, Steve, from what I'm understanding, looking at some videos while I was on hold with you about the Alabama situation, unfortunately, it looked like some more college kids gonna get the raw deal out in Oregon. They said that a plane left Eugene, Oregon. Dan Lanning headed to Alabama today. They said that he was on that plane headed to Alabama to interview for the job. So it's looking like he might be the man because he used to coach at Alabama. He's been there before, and he was on Nick Saban's staff. So it looked like they may make the move with him because they got to make a move pretty fast because they still got recruiting coming in February. They got to try to bring in some new people. So they got to get a coach ready, coach in place. So, Nick Saban, he didn't really give him much notice. He just stepped away from the game. He could have gave him a little bit more notice than what he did, but I guess he just fed up with it. But it looks like Oregon might be they might be losing their coach. And it looked like Michigan. I don't know what Harbaugh's going to do. They might have a vacancy in Michigan too. Harbaugh needs to make his mind up what he's going to do. So Michigan can have a chance to find themselves a coach. So if he's going to go to the NFL, you need to make a move. There's several positions that's open. I told you that on Monday when I talked to you about Black Sunday night. They went to like 4 or 5 coaches already been released this week. I was surprised that Pete Carroll, he decided that he didn't want to coach no more with Seattle. He's out. And Washington got rid of their coach. And let's see. And who else? Somebody else got released.
Tennessee got rid of somebody, but I'm not sure if who that was. I'm not sure what position that was.
Yeah, Tennessee released their coach.
Okay.
Yeah, and like I say, Belichick, they still trying to make up their mind what they're gonna do with him in New England. I don't know if they're gonna let him go or not, but he could be out too in the next couple of days. So there's several vacancies. So if Harbaugh wants to make a move to the NFL, there's nothing left for him to prove at this point. If I was, Harbaugh's got his championship. He did all he could do at Michigan. He took them, he got the program back on track. He got them beating Ohio State. He won a national. There's no reason for Harbaugh to come back to Michigan the way I see it. He needs to go ahead and move on to the NFL and try to win a Super Bowl. There's nothing left for him to accomplish at Michigan at this point as far as I'm concerned. So he needs to go ahead and move on. But like I said, Steve, one of the biggest things that I told you this a couple of weeks ago that Saban decided to get out of the game is because all this transferring and all this money that's exchanging hands. And Saban said that he didn't like the direction that college football was going. Because just after they lost that game to Michigan a couple of weeks or so ago, he lost like 10 players. The guys decided to transfer out, or guys decided to go to the NFL. And you never seen something like that. I talked to you about the Ohio State guy, quarterback. I've never seen a starting quarterback leave a top college program like Ohio State, to move on to another school. But he was offered more money from another school to move on. So this is what college football is turned into. Whoever has the most money is going to get the best players. And like I said, it's a shame that college football has come that I have no problem with the players making money, but not this much money. When you got $1 million, you got guys driving Rolls Royce cars, you got guys driving Bentleys, you got guys wearing Rolex watches in college. That's a little bit too much. They've taken it a little bit too far when they with college football. So they ruined the game, and it's a shame that they did that, because college football was supposed to be an amateur sport, but it's no longer amateur. It's basically just a minor league for pro football at this point. It's really a damn shame what they did to college football. But yeah, Steve, getting back to one thing about politics, I wanted to say right quick before I hang out with you, and that's the situation in Georgia. Maybe you could talk about this. It's not new news, but Donald Trump brought it up the other day that this Fannie Willis has been having a love affair with this guy, and it is affecting the case. I think he's not even a judge or a prosecutor, and he's involved in the Donald Trump case. And Trump said that he figures that this case should be thrown in the trash, and I think it should be thrown in the garbage too, because they said that he has received over $700,000 from these people in this Fannie Willis case, and she's obviously working with the Democrats to try to eliminate Donald Trump from the race. And then, so I think that Trump is right in that situation. The Georgia case shouldn't even be handled, but they want to keep that one around because that's a state charge, and they can that could keep Donald Trump from getting in the White House. It holds more value than these other cases, this Georgia case. So they want to try to make that one stick. But at this point, they have a compromised prosecutor in her, and the case in Georgia should be thrown out as far as I'm concerned. And one other thing about Trump, Steve, that this guy said today with the Trump situation is that, Trump, when it comes to January 6th again, Donald Trump has given all the evidence. He said everything. Trump, he was not involved in January 6th. He had nothing to do with it. He can't control those people that went into the Capitol building. Trump, he told those people not to have no violence, and you can't control what other people's actions are. There's basically no case with this Jack Smith.
Right, and we'll have to pick up there after the news break, though, top of the hour.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Life on the road is tough, but the Big Rig mattress is tougher. With 15 years of industry-leading technology, our hybrid mattresses with this individual pocketed spring core is the best on the market. Road tested for millions of miles, it is the last mattress you'll buy for your truck. We are so confident that's why our spring support core is guaranteed for 10 years. Most sizes ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes are also available. When you get tired of waking up with sore, achy muscles, visit thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Rest assured, with the Big Rig Mattress, we've got your back.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com.
USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. U.S. Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin has prostate cancer, and his recent hospitalization was the result of complications from surgery to to treat and cure it. That is the update from the Pentagon, where spokesman Pat Ryder talked to reporters Tuesday.
He's progressed steadily throughout his stay. He continues to make progress, and we anticipate a full recovery, although this can be a slow process.
All this amidst criticism of the fact White House officials and President Biden were not informed of Austin's hospitalization for several days over the holiday break. High winds and heavy rain have prompted the National Weather Service to extend many flood watches and warnings through today. High wind, the main concern along the eastern seaboard. According to PowerOutage.us, there have been more than 600,000 power outages reported in communities up and down the eastern seaboard. Meanwhile, coastal flooding advisories, high wind warnings, and wind advisories are set to last through today in states like New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Maryland, and Virginia. Donald Trump says a president must be allowed full immunity, even when challenging elections. And he says the charges being brought against him in the federal elections case amount to a political prosecution.
When they talk about threat to democracy, that's your real threat to democracy.
Trump spoke to reporters following his appearance at a federal appeals court hearing Tuesday. 2023 was Earth's hottest year on record, according to the scientific community. The European Union's Copernicus Climate Change Service on Tuesday announced that global temperatures last year averaged higher than in any year, dating back to at least 1850. Speaking of hot, Ariana Grande fans will not have to wait much longer for new music from their favorite pop star. This past weekend, she announced that her first single in almost 3 years will drop this Friday. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real, aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com, use promo code TREAT at checkout, and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
The Biden administration is rejecting claims being made before the UN that Israel is prosecuting a genocide in Gaza. During public remarks after a meeting with Israeli officials in Tel Aviv Tuesday, U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken said the claims have no merit.
Those who are attacking Israel continue to openly call for the annihilation of Israel and the mass murder of Jews.
Blinken also called for the release of hostages still being held by Hamas. The U.S. says North Korea is supplying ballistic missiles for Russia in its ongoing war with Ukraine. National Security Council spokesman John Kirby told reporters Tuesday the Russians have already used some of them against Ukrainian targets. He said the U.S. is rolling out more sanctions against those facilitating the arms transfers.
Multiple Ukrainian civilians were killed in the strikes and dozens were injured. Now, these strikes are horrific, they're inhumane, and they serve as yet just another reminder of the brutality of Mr. Putin's war.
Kirby also called on Congress to pass President Biden's request to provide more funding for Ukraine. Top politicians in Washington are clarifying the earlier reported budget deal between Democratic Senate leaders and the new Republican Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson. On Tuesday, Senate Republican leader Mitch McConnell told reporters the spending plan will, quote, obviously have to be another short-term funding bill to avoid a government shutdown. Parts of the government run out of funding on January 19th. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And that brings us back for another hour as we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. So welcome into a Thursday. Hey, it's Friday Eve. Think of that, weekend just around the corner. See what Braindead's got going on. Short weekend, huh? One night, oh boy.
Well, you know, dispatch called about 5 o'clock my time. Said, hey, you want to do us a favor? Said, no, not really. I got a couple basketball games I want to watch. They said, we got a 3-stop going to Little Rock. We'll pay you extra. I said, okay, what time? You know, you dangle that little green thing in front of me. You know, hey, I got that guy Bill I need to pay. And, you know, his brother, other Bill, you know, those bills.
Yes, sir.
But, no, you're talking about Nick Saban. You know, the alumni run that program. You know, the alumni went to Nick Saban and said, hey, we lost 2 games this year to 2 high-profile teams. Either you can resign or we'll just fire you. One of the two. You pick. And he took the lesser 2 evils. He resigned. And when you look at Nick Saban, he's 72 years old. I mean, he's done his time. He's got his experience down. It's time to step down and let the newer generation take over. Because what was that Mississippi State football coach that died over a year ago? I can't think of his name off the top of my head. But I think he looked at that too. Nick Saban ain't hurting for money. I mean, he owns several car dealerships in Tuscaloosa. So, I mean, and they're going to bring somebody in now. They're like you said, the Eagles said they're flying that coach out from Oregon. They may not approve of him. The alumni may not approve of him. They may get, you know, Lane Kiffin. They may get somebody else to run that program. I mean, it's like Kentucky basketball. The reason John Calipari got the job at Kentucky was because the alumni wanted to pay him to get him there, because Calipari was at Memphis. And when Calipari did not make a postseason game, he went to the athletic director and said, I want a $500,000 a year raise or something. And the athletic director said, no, you're not getting it. He jumped on an airplane and was in Kentucky by that afternoon. And the athletic director in Memphis had no knowledge of what was going on behind the scenes, which I think is an NCAA violation, but don't give me the line to you.
Mm-hmm.
Because Calipari replaced Tubby Smith. Tubby Smith was ousted because he didn't go. I think it was for 1 or 2 seasons, they did not go to an NCAA, the big tournament, not the NIT, but the regular, the men's tournament for 2 seasons, and they ousted him. And, you know, he won, I think, a national championship or 2 at Kentucky. And that's something the alumni don't look at. You're not going to make the postseason every year. You're not going to the Final Four every year. At some point, there's got to be some give and take.
because you're going to be dealing with a whole new bunch of recruits every 2 to 3 years. So now you have all these recruits that's come in that Saban has brought in this season and next season. This next coach has got to deal with before his own players, his own recruits, he can start with a clean slate and start coaching again.
Be very interesting to see. I mean, some of the names that they floated earlier, I mean, are you leaning toward any of those, you think? Or
the only name that I heard is the two that you were talking about, because this kind of caught me off guard too, and I haven't bothered looking around to see any of the other names that have been kicked around. But this is not going to be some slouch. I mean, they're going to give this guy maybe 2 seasons, and if he can't get to the playoffs, they're going to kick him out. And the other thing too is with the transfer portal, these kids want to be the NFL star. Just because you were a 5-star recruit in high school does not mean that you're going to be a starter quarterback. And like Eagle said, about the starting quarterback at Ohio State transferring out, a lot of this is having to do with where you're drafted. The higher the draft, the more money you get, the more you are recognizable. But the thing is, though, not a lot of guys make it to the NFL, let alone get on the starting squad on the NFL, or even go to the Hall of Fame. The only reason they're there is for the money. They could care less. But that's all they're trying to do is get that higher draft pick. And honestly, they need to shut down that transfer portal. Sorry, you can't transfer. Look at, what was his name? Stetson, the kid that came out of Georgia that got drafted last year. He was 26. 26. And you're graduating college. And I heard somebody said that's been a big thorn in the NCAA side. Because a lot of the transferring and whatnot was going on because of COVID and the COVID protocols. And eventually that had ran its course, and the NCAA had stopped that, stopped a lot of that because of the COVID. And it's understandable, but they're using it to their advantage to get to where they're going to be at the draft pick. I mean, if you go look on YouTube, Steve, go look at Inky Johnson. He was a wide receiver for University of Tennessee. And he'll break it down for you and tell you. And what happened to him and how he recovered is pretty amazing, to be honest with you. But the drive and the determination to make it to the pro level, where a lot of these kids come from. But you were talking about Memphis here. Did you also get the story of the Amazon delivery truck that was stolen in Collierville, out east in the burbs, where the cops make up the laws every other minute, and was found in Memphis? Did you see that?
I did not catch that one, no.
Yep. And also, too, here's a good nominee for DA of the year, Steve. Now, if you do anything to the post office, whether it be a carrier or an actual location, you're looking at a federal crime, if I'm correct.
I think even tampering with actual a mailbox, putting an M80 in somebody's mailbox is a federal offense.
Hey, that's a good idea from my neighbor. Anyway, sorry, squirrel moment. But no, find this if you can. They had a guy break into the post office in Hickory Hill. The guy broke into the post office. Why would you break into the post office? It's not like Nike or wherever. What are you going to gain by breaking into the post office?
Maybe he was looking for Social Security checks or unemployment checks. I don't know.
But they got $100,000 reward, and I know that's going to turn up some tips really quick. But one thing before I forget, I'll let you go, Steve. My voice is starting to go again. Did you hear why the Cowboys made the playoffs this year, Steve? Did you hear about that?
I bet you've got an answer. Why did they make the playoffs this year?
Because Jerry Jones's check was finally good, Steve. Bye to me.
Had to be something like that. There you go. Thank you, Brain Dead. About 15 past the hour. So you broke into the post office, huh? I'll have to check that out. Meanwhile, 844-844-3388. A couple of airline updates. I mean, a lot of folks kind of spooked about boarding a plane right now, especially if it's going to be one of those 737 MAX 9 planes. You know, which just happened, to lose a piece of the plane last week. Alaska Airlines is confirming they've kind of extended the time frame where they will not be flying any of their Boeing 737 MAX 9 planes through now at least Saturday of this week. Of course, let's see. They're waiting for new instructions from Boeing and federal officials on how to inspect the fleet. This, as signs indicate, a lot of travelers are trying to avoid flying on MAX 9 jetliners, at least for the moment. Seattle-based Alaska Airlines said Wednesday they would cancel from 110 to 150 flights a day while the MAX 9 planes remain grounded. That's about 20% of their schedule. We hope this action provides guests with a little more certainty. We're working around the clock to reaccommodate impacted guests on other flights, they stated. United Airlines, the only other U.S. carrier that operates the MAX 9, had canceled about 200 flights, but it's not clear how many were related to the Boeing plane. Of course, we've had weather issues around the country, which undoubtedly has caused flight cancellations. But they also offered a bit of a further update. What are they finding when they are doing these inspections? They've turned their attention now to 4 bolts that they've been unable to locate. Now, said they may widen this investigation beyond just the MAX 9 variant after multiple airlines have uncovered or found loose parts. Now, the 4 bolts in particular, were meant to secure that door panel that suddenly broke loose on January 5's Alaska Airlines flight as they were climbing toward cruise altitude. Tightened properly, those bolts prevent the panel from sliding upward past the stopper tabs that bind it to the fuselage. We've not yet recovered the 4 bolts that restrain it from its vertical movement, according to the NTSB. Now, we've not yet determined if they even existed there. That will be determined when we take the plug to the lab in D.C. Alaska Air and United Air have discovered those subsequently loose bolts. After the FAA grounded the MAX 9, they've ordered carriers to inspect the planes. A missing washer was found on one plane in India. Regulators there said, NTSB chairperson said that her agency would consider broadening the probe into other 737 MAX models. That would bring deeper scrutiny for Boeing and their manufacturing processes, just magnifying the setback as U.S. plane makers try to get the aircraft back into service and avoid a lengthy grounding. But Hamady said we first and foremost have to figure out what happened here on this aircraft. If we have bigger system-wide or fleet issue, we will issue an urgent safety recommendation to push for change. This has not been boding well for Boeing shares in recent days. Now, investigators say they have determined that the door panel on that Flight 1282 indeed moved upward before ejecting, causing the rapid decompression of the aircraft. roller guide tracks that normally allow for the hinged panel or plug to swing outward when the bolts are loosened. Those were fractured. The plugs cover the opening on the MAX 9 that can be used for emergency doors. Some airlines, like United and Alaska, cover them up because they're not needed for their particular seat configuration. United updated, they've said that there have been signs of installation issues in some of their aircraft. Airlines in India performed a one-time inspection of all 40 MAX jets for possible loose hardware. One carrier, as I mentioned, found a missing nut and washer in the rudder area of one plane. Ryanair Holdings chief executive officer said is one of Boeing's biggest customers for the 737 MAX, told the Financial Times that the plane maker needs to improve quality control. Last month, Boeing asked operators of newer MAX jets to inspect the rudder area for loose hardware after an international operator discovered a missing nut, and the plane maker found a loose one on what was at that point an undelivered aircraft. Last I checked, bad things can happen if you lose a rudder, you think? We'll be right back. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
If that sound gives you nightmares, there's a cheap and easy way to avoid engines not firing. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Pour Stable in your gas can or directly into the tank of your car, truck, hybrid, boat, ATV, motorcycle, or lawnmower to prevent fuel-related engine problems that cost time and money. When you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Okay, back at it at 844-3388. Plenty of room for you, 5-7.
Yeah, I would like to first off thank you, Barack Obama, for financing the terrorist state of Iran, flying pallets of money into that country. But I'm not sure where he had the authority to move that kind of money. It seems how that's, comes from the House for spending. Of course, this was slowed down for the 4 years of Donald Trump. But the vice president at that time is now president, and he didn't enforce the embargo. So went from $4 billion a year income on oil to $14 billion, and Iran is currently spending their money in what they would consider wisely, probably buying ultralights that fly people in to attack Israel. Obviously, the missiles for the Houthi rebels. It's interesting. Now, I guarantee you, Egypt isn't going to be on the side of Iran, because that's billions of dollars of revenue going through that Suez Canal. I transferred it twice. I was
It was amazing when it came out the southern side of that canal. The ships, it was ships anchored everywhere, waiting for the next day for their turn to transit going northbound. And of course, I didn't get to see that coming out because when we come northbound, it was at night, and I was on duty in the engine room. So that's billions of dollars to Egypt. So they're not going to be supporting Iran in this for probably the money already lost, where shipping has slowed down through that. Now that destroyer that they put out there, that Iran did, and listen, that's a sister ship. We already sank her sister ship back in the 80s or 90s. There was a thing going on there in the Persian Gulf, and we crippled her. And of course, the money they made through the oil and everything, obviously they got her back up and running. But I really want us to pray for them sailors on there, because as soon as they lock in, number one, we know where she's at all times, satellite tracking. They know where she's at. Two, as soon as she puts in locking radar on our carrier fleet, you've got four Arleigh Burke destroyers. All right, 2 Arleigh Burke destroyers shot 60 missiles. One fell to the sea into Syria, and that was over 200 miles. And it hit the targets directly. So the crew on that ship is facing 160 missiles, cruise missiles. As soon as they lock in the target, not to mention the carrier air wing and the missiles under their wing. And I guarantee you there's a submarine in the area, at least one, with their cruise missiles. So I'm not really worried about it. I think it's just a showboat right now. But when it comes all down to it, we got to thank you, Barack Obama and Joe Biden, for providing this brink of nuclear annihilation, because Russia has a policy. They don't want to die in a nuclear holocaust. China doesn't want to die in a nuclear holocaust. But Iran, their policy believes that if they start this war, their Imani will come. Okay, I can hear you. I can see you, dadgummit. Doggone train. The Imani's going to come out of the well if they start and save them all, and make us all, make us all put our women in black bags and burqas and us bow down to Mecca every, 3 times, 4 times a day. But I just got to thank you, Barack Obama. I mean, it's just, and I wish somebody would have asked Michelle when she was ratcheting about what she was afraid of. Somebody asked her, "Are you not afraid about this nuclear annihilation, this war that we're facing with the decisions that her husband made?" But hey, she did say we're going to have to change our history. We're going to have to change our world. I guess, I don't know.
They're definitely working on that. All right, well, copy in the mail. Thank you very much. And there's plenty of lines available, 844-844-3388. Hit that bottom of the hour news break.
USA News Update. Embattled Democratic New Jersey Senator Bob Menendez took to the Senate floor Tuesday, speaking out on the federal corruption charges against him. The senator says the timing of the charges demonstrates the bias of the prosecutors.
The United States Attorney's Office is engaged not in a prosecution, but a persecution.
Senator Menendez has been charged with bribery, fraud, and acting as an Egyptian foreign agent, along with accepting gifts from Qatar's government and helping a New Jersey developer secure millions of dollars in investments from Qatar. The next NASA moon missions are being pushed back about a year due to some technical problems discovered in recent testing. On Tuesday, the U.S. Space Agency announced the planned delays for the Artemis II and Artemis III missions. Artemis II will be a mission to take 4 astronauts on a journey in the moon's orbit. Artemis III will be an attempt to put humans back onto the lunar surface. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code OvernightDrive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, thank you much. Welcome back here. I think it was the other night when we were talking about who made it into the wild card weekend. A lot of surprises there in Week 18. And I think it was Larry hammered down. Good afternoon, Larry. Said there's one game he wouldn't get to watch. He said something about It's only going to be streaming on Peacock, and he doesn't have that. I don't have Peacock, I don't think. I do have cable, but I don't recall that that's on there. Shorty sent me an update a bit ago, said fans are chiming in about the NFL's decision to air the coming Chiefs-Dolphins wildcard playoff game exclusively on its Peacock streaming service. And obviously they ain't happy. The game is headed to the streaming service. It will mark the first time a playoff game is solely online after NBC Universal and the NFL struck a $110 million deal to broadcast the game on the streamer. Fans must pay a $5.99 monthly fee or $59.99 for a year-long subscription to the service to see the game. Many fans are extremely unhappy with this arrangement. NFL fans are going online to blast the league for the move. Chiefs defensive end Charles Omenihu, who also chimed in about the controversy by stepping up to help at least 90 fans to see the game by giving them a slew of Peacock memberships. Wow, okay, that's the one. Do you have subscription to Peacock, or will you opt just screw it, I won't see that game? Which, that's going to be very interesting anyway, because that's the game that's going to be in the bitterly cold temperatures, 10, 15 below wind chill during that game. All righty, 844-844-3388. A couple days ago, I came across the story of the billionaire Chip Wilson. Recognize that name? Probably not. I didn't. He's the founder of the athletic wear brand Lululemon, who says he believes these DEI programs, diversity, equity, inclusion, are actively harming the company that he founded. As we know, these DEI programs have exploded in recent years in business, government, academia. The stated goal of the initiatives is good, promoting fairness for everyone. But the way the programs are administered is controversial, particularly because they often promote woke, progressive ideologies in order to remedy perceived societal disparities. In the fashion industry, DEI initiatives promote men and women of all colors, shapes, and sizes. But this is a massive branding problem for Lululemon. Wilson was interviewed by Forbes magazine bashing the whole diversity and inclusion thing. Wilson said many of the people that Lululemon are now featuring in their brand ads actually look unhealthy, sickly, not inspirational. The problem is Lululemon is not exclusive enough. They're trying to become like the Gap. Everything to everybody, he says. And I think the definition of a brand is you're not everything to everybody. Now, I think another prime example of a fashion outlet that went down that line is Victoria's Secret. I mean, not obviously, every woman is not a Victoria's Secret model, right? So they went down that path of various shapes and sizes, and it hasn't boded well. Now back to Lululemon, he says you've got to be clear that you don't want certain customers coming in. Forbes claimed that Wilson's rant against these DEI initiatives proves why he's not the person running the retailer right now. But the business wisdom contained within his remarks is pretty much common accepted knowledge among entrepreneurs, successful businesses. You cannot try to be everything to everyone all the time. You have to carve out a unique niche and reliably deliver high-quality products and solutions. It is that simple. Now, Wilson's not really a stranger to controversial remarks about inclusion. Back in 2013, he actually stepped down as chairman of the board of directors of Lululemon after he made a statement that some women's bodies just don't actually work in Lululemon's famous yoga pants. Gentlemen, in particular, any truth in that statement? You know, yoga pants, those skin-tight pants, they look good on some women. There's women that try to put these things on, and it looks like they've got a leg full of doorknobs, if you know what I mean. They just don't look good on you. It's like, come on. Not everyone is expected to look correct in yoga pants. But I guess that angered some of the board. In response to his comments, Lululemon, the current leadership, tried to distance themselves from the former CEO and actually defended their diversion, equity, inclusive programs, diversity, that is. They said, Chip Wilson does not speak for Lululemon. His comments do not reflect our company views or beliefs. We have made considerable progress since launching our inclusion, diversity, equity, and action function, and we're proud of the goals we've achieved. But to simply make a statement, so you can't actually, I guess you can't even tell the truth these days in the business world, because it might offend someone. Yeah, ladies, some of you don't look good in yoga pants. It is 844-844-3388. Memphis, I guess, perked Eagles' ears up. We wanted to talk a bit about Memphis. Yeah, welcome back.
Yeah, Steve. I had talked to you a couple of weeks ago about, we talked about the record guy that was towing trucks in Memphis before the end of the year. I don't know what happened with that situation, but, I was in Memphis last week, Steve, and Memphis has really gone downhill. I know your brain did. I know he lives there. He's agreed with a lot of things I said about Memphis in the past. But something I noticed when I was in Memphis last week, Steve, everywhere you go, you see security patrols at the shopping malls, at the restaurants. Anywhere you go in the Memphis area, they have such a high crime rate in Memphis. It's totally ridiculous. What Memphis has gone down the drain the way it has. Used to be a nice place, but in the last couple of years, it's just totally ridiculous. Like I say, I told you, they closed down all the truck stops on Highway 78, which goes from Birmingham, Alabama to Memphis. They used to have 4 truck stops right in that area, and they locked all of them up. All of them are shut down due to violence, prostitution, drugs, you name it. It's going on. And then, like I said, the incident that they had over the last year, we talked about at the beginning of the year where police beat up that black guy, the 5 cops, assaulted that man. Memphis is totally out of control at this point, Steve. It's not a safe place for truckers. You talked about the truck driver that got killed in Nashville. I seen that story the other day. Nashville, that's another place. That's our truck drivers that's traveling in the Tennessee area need to be alert for Nashville and Memphis. Both of those areas have gone downhill for truck drivers. You have to make sure that you're parked in a safe area. West Memphis, Arkansas is probably the best place to park if you're looking for a place to park when you're in the Memphis area. got truck stops and they got security riding around all night long. That's usually where I park at when I go to Memphis. But if you park anywhere in the city of Memphis on the other side of the bridge, which is the Tennessee side, you just asking for trouble because, like I said, they have a high crime rate, and you see that they are busted in the trailers. You know, FedEx trucks. FedEx has one of the biggest hubs in the U.S. in Memphis, so they know what's going on those FedEx trucks. These thieves and criminals, and they know what's happening. So you just have to be careful in the Memphis area. But you know, anybody that's traveled through there will see the decline of the city. It is really a shame. And another democratically run city that's gone down the drain. And it's really sad, you know, because like I said, Memphis used to be a good place. And that's where I started my trucking career back in 1999 when I started driving trucks. The company I was with, they was out of Memphis. And Memphis used to be a nice place. And it's really sad what's happening, what's not happening. But like I said, hopefully they can get things in order and change it up. But, you know, as far as that truck driver that got killed in Nashville, you know, I haven't heard nothing about what happened. They say he got shot. Mm-hmm. Don't know who did it.
Correct.
And from what I've heard on the internet when I was looking on YouTube and some other videos, but it looked like that truck stop is not a good truck stop to be at to begin with. A Love's truck stop. So it's located close to downtown Nashville. So anybody that's traveling in Nashville, you'd be better off parking out in the suburb area. Don't go into the downtown area because, like I say, you just asked for trouble in both of those spots in Nashville and Memphis. And I thank you for taking my call, Steve.
All right. Have a good morning once again. And it is 844-844-3388. Yeah, the cold is coming in. Now, we all have, well, for most, especially Texans, obviously it's going to be fresh on their memory. The cold snap that unfolded a couple of years ago that led to, the power outages and ultimately homes, water lines bursting. It was a catastrophe. They're hoping this is not going to become a deja vu event because the cold is going to be seeping well into the heart and southern reaches of Texas. Beware, I'm sharing here, beware of downplaying this cold weather event, Texas. They did that in February of 21, and it was a disaster. The models are continuing to trend even colder. 12 degrees would be the coldest January temperature at DFW since January 20th of 1985, when they hit 10 degrees. Texas will be under a climate emergency early next week. This is going to be dangerous cold for more than 2 days. The Dallas is currently modeled to fall in the 12 to 14 degree range Monday and Tuesday morning both, with the entire state below the freezing mark, in some areas into the teens and 20s on Tuesday morning. What will this be for the power grid in Texas? Because at the same time, which is kind of reminiscent to what happened that February, they don't, so much of the country is going to be in the extreme cold temperatures. Oftentimes, one region of the country can share some electricity to help the other region of the country. You can buy, and they'll send you excess supplies. I don't think there's going to be a lot of excess availability with the entire country potentially dealing with very, very cold temperatures. We'll see how this all unfolds. But back to your calls right after this, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Did you know gas goes bad in as little as 30 days? Bad gas can cause rough starts, poor performance, or no starts at all. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Whether it's your car, truck, boat, lawnmower, leaf blower, weed trimmer, ATV, motorcycle, or anything else with an engine, when you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Meanwhile, Tucker Carlson has his own program on, I believe, is he on Rumble, right? The Tucker Carlson Encounter. Looks like he just interviewed Republican Representative Clay Higgins of Louisiana, who made some rather shocking claims about January 6th of 2021. Claiming that undercover assets working for the FBI operated on that date in the hundreds. Higgins also asserted that the assets were dressed as Trump supporters and helped those who entered the Capitol to navigate the building. I told the host that he estimated at least 200 undercover FBI assets, both inside and outside the Capitol building that day. And I quote, "We believe that there were easily 200 FBI undercover assets operating in the crowd outside the Capitol, embedded into groups that entered the Capitol or provoked entry of the Capitol. Given the scope of the operation and the number of doors where entry was allowed or even encouraged, and the number of people that were actually outside the Capitol and then entered, we think 200 is actually a conservative number." And Carlson was pretty alarmed. He said, "That's shocking to hear." It kind of confirms everybody's worst suspicions, though. Higgins went on to explain, based on the evidence that he has seen, FBI assets worked with the local D.C. Metro Police and the Capitol Police, dressed as supporters of President Trump while inside the Capitol. The FBI assets that were dressed as Trump supporters that were inside the Capitol were there, I believe, and evidence indicates they were there to specifically wave in the Trump supporters that had gathered outside the Capitol. Those were the guys that knew their way around the Capitol. There's no way they can come in some random door that gets opened. A typical individual, I wouldn't have a clue. There's no way I'd be able to walk in a random door and then find my way directly to the statutory hall or the House chamber or the Senate chamber. That is true. He said it's just not possible. Those who made it inside the Capitol then were allegedly directed to the areas where the FBI, the DOJ, and the deep state actors could charge and prosecute them. Now, as you'll recall, the FBI director, Christopher Wray, refused to answer questions from Higgins about FBI assets on that day. He told Congress that they should not read anything into my decision not to share information on confidential human sources. That's all he had to say when he refused to give any details. But Higgins said the evidence implicates the FBI at the highest level, and he hopes House Speaker Mike Johnson will ultimately release all the documentation pertaining to this historic event. He has a responsibility to fully release that data, and then the American people will see for themselves what some of us have already learned, to our horror, to actually be true. That coming from somebody who's seen the inside information. Well, horse feathers, what do you say?
Morning, Your Honor. Happy Friday Eve.
Yes.
So what how do you think they should release that? You think they ought to put it out there on the big 3 news channels or CNN, have them fully put out the report? Yeah, I don't think we'll get the full report from them.
It would never see the light of day, would it?
No. Well, we got more important things to cover, like, I don't know, what's Trump done today? But anyways, so what better way to be camouflaged than to dress as your enemy? I mean, if you're gonna try to hide in your enemy, well, you dress like them, right? You know, we talked about uniforms before.
Mm-hmm.
You know, what uniform do you shoot at when you shoot at your enemy's uniform? Well,
mm-hmm.
If your enemy's dressed in your uniform, then how do you know who? Yeah. Anyway, and probably in the Capitol there, I would assume to get from room to room or down hallways, you'd probably need one of them security badges to open the doors, because, you know, if you break into one door, I can see you breaking into one door to get in, but we didn't really hear about a whole lot of damage in the Capitol. I mean, there was the one spot there where the woman there was in the Air Force there, got shot and killed or murdered, whatever you want to call it. That doorway was damaged, but really, as you know, we've seen a couple of the videos, there wasn't a lot of damage in the Capitol itself. So that means somebody must have been opening doors somehow. But you know, if that was going on, I think we would have heard about that with that whole January 6th thing. Wouldn't Liz Cheney told us about all that if that actually happened?
Turns out those particular videos were never shown on the January 6th committee videos. But yes, when all the video was ultimately released, we saw that there were actually uniformed officers opening doors. Come on in. And let me pause there. News break.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News. I'm Ryan Daniels. U.S. Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin has prostate cancer, and his recent hospitalization was the result of complications from surgery to treat and cure it. That is the update from the Pentagon, where spokesman Pat Ryder talked to reporters Tuesday.
He's progressed steadily throughout his stay. He continues to make progress, and we anticipate a full recovery, although this can be a slow process.
All this amidst criticism of the fact White House officials and President Biden were not informed of Austin's hospitalization for several days over the holiday break. High winds and heavy rain have prompted the National Weather Service to extend many flood watches and warnings through today. High wind the main concern along the eastern seaboard. According to PowerOutage.us, there have been more than 600,000 power outages reported in communities up and down the eastern seaboard. Meanwhile, coastal flooding advisories, high wind warnings, and wind advisories are set to last through today in states like New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Maryland, and Virginia. Donald Trump says a president must be allowed full immunity, even when challenging elections. And he says the charges being brought against him in the federal elections case amount to a political prosecution.
When they talk about threat to democracy, that's your real threat to democracy.
Trump spoke to reporters following his appearance at a federal appeals court hearing Tuesday. 2023 was Earth's hottest year on record, according to the scientific community. The European Union's Copernicus Climate Change Service on Tuesday announced that global temperatures last year averaged higher than in any year, dating back to at least 1850. Speaking of hot, Ariana Grande fans will not have to wait much longer for new music from their favorite pop star. This past weekend, she announced that her first single in almost 3 years will drop this Friday. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real, aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com, use promo code TREAT at checkout, and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
The Biden administration is rejecting claims being made before the UN that Israel is prosecuting a genocide in Gaza. During public remarks after a meeting with Israeli officials in Tel Aviv Tuesday, U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken said the claims have no merit.
Those who are attacking Israel continue to openly call for the annihilation of Israel and the mass murder of Jews.
Blinken also called for the release of hostages still being held by Hamas. The U.S. says North Korea is supplying ballistic missiles for Russia in its ongoing war with Ukraine. National Security Council spokesman John Kirby told reporters Tuesday the Russians have already used some of them against Ukrainian targets. He said the U.S. is rolling out more sanctions against those facilitating the arms transfers.
Multiple Ukrainian civilians were killed in the strikes and dozens were injured. Now, these strikes are horrific, they're inhumane, and they serve as yet just another reminder of the brutality of Mr. Mr. Putin's war.
Kirby also called on Congress to pass President Biden's request to provide more funding for Ukraine. Top politicians in Washington are clarifying the earlier reported budget deal between Democratic Senate leaders and the new Republican Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson. On Tuesday, Senate Republican leader Mitch McConnell told reporters the spending plan will, quote, obviously have to be another short-term funding bill to avoid a government shutdown. Parts of the government run out of funding on January 19th. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Okay, what do you say? Let's get that final hour underway. Just like that. Rolling into a Thursday. Friday Eve. Yeah, sure enough. A day where, well, later in the day, things get rather interesting weather-wise once again as this very active weather pattern continues to unfold. Yes, another severe weather risk with the next storm. The ongoing storminess will cause, yes, significant disruptions to daily life and commerce from the Gulf Coast to New England in the form of travel delays, power outages, school and business closures, evacuations of those living near flooded waterways. So there's no rest for the weary right on the heels of the early week storm. As we head into the weekend, yet another powerhouse storm crosses the country. Many of the same areas that experienced severe weather earlier this week will again be dealing with the potential for damaging storms to end the week. Another severe weather threat for the Gulf Coast Thursday night into Friday evening with the next storm. Flooding rain, hail, and possible tornadic activity in any situation during which storms can turn severe and potentially spawn tornadoes after dark. It is crucial to have a way to get those warnings overnight. Alerts on whatever your preferred weather app might be. If a warning is issued, it means a twister may be imminent or already occurring. So do not disregard. All right, who are we talking? The risk zone, a moderate risk zone once again for the next round of storms from Louisiana to Georgia. Should be especially alert. New Orleans, Montgomery, Alabama, Pensacola, Florida, all included in the threat area once again to end the week. With much of that zone already having dealt with severe weather and damage from the first round of storms, this second round will exacerbate the cleanup and maybe make a desperate situation even more dire for some. Even for those who do not experience severe thunderstorms, nearly everyone in the region is going to have to endure some heavy rainfall once again. Additional rain, 1 to 2 inches, falling in less than an hour's time in some cases, could lead to flash flooding and push some of those smaller creeks and streams out of their banks. Of course, it's Thursday, so we will be here Thursday into Friday morning to keep up with the very latest. We'll let you know there. All right, back with horse feathers. There you go.
Yeah, thank you, Your Honor. I guess to completely change subjects, you were talking there about the cold going down here with the storm and everything, and the good people down in Texas that had their problem with their electrical grid that was maintained by a, what was that, a high-quality company that had, like 3 employees up in the Colorado area or something? So, yeah, I don't know how that works out, that you got 3 employees in the Colorado to maintain a whole electrical grid in Texas. But anyways, if they come into the problem, or you know somebody that lives in that area or in an area where you don't have power and it's going to be cold like that, good advice is to keep cabinet doors open, keep bathroom doors open, anywhere, especially if you have rooms that have pipes and exterior walls.
Mm-hmm.
They try not to put pipes in exterior walls, but some of those warm climates, the plumbers get kind of lackadaisical and say, well, it's easier to run the pipe up this wall than it is to run it across the floor and up the inside wall. So if you got pipes that are that way, try to keep some of the core heat of the house going in there, and don't block off heat access into rooms. And of course, us people who live out in the country that lose power all the time in the winter know that you keep a faucet just dripping a little bit. And as long as you got water moving in the pipe, moving water will not freeze. So, and the other thing is that hot water freezes before cold water. It's something to do with the cooling of the water, that as it cools, for some reason, hot water cools and keeps cooling to the freezing point faster than cold water cools to the freezing point.
Which defies all logic. I mean, to me, the water temperature has to continue. It goes from whatever the current temperatures, it has to get to that freezing mark. How hot water gets there quicker than not hot water, that makes no sense. But
the only thing I can say is maybe your iPhone falling from 16,000 feet out of an airplane is already at terminal velocity when it goes past the window where you go to drop your iPhone out the window, and so the one coming from the plane passes it. That's the only thing I can figure. But kudos to, I want to know whose phone case was on that iPhone, because I want one of those phone cases. But anyways, the other thing is you were saying that, you're going to bring out your space heaters because your cold pumps are going to be pushing freezing cold air around in your house. So you want to get your smoke detectors. Make sure your smoke detectors, and if you're using the kerosene heaters, or if you're using your gas oven or whatever, get a carbon monoxide detector too. So carbon monoxide is a silent killer. So between those two things, just make sure that if you're in an area where you're prone to have power outages. And so anyway, so there's my PSA. And to get on here one more time, I might be the second smartest man in the world, Your Honor, because we know who's possibly the smartest man in the world. And that's Doc Holliday. But I might have the answer here that I might possibly be the second smartest man in the world. Now, we're all trying to figure out how we're going to watch Peacock to see the Chiefs Dolphins freeze to death in Kansas City, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if we all appeal to Taylor Swift, because Taylor Swift, doesn't she have a boyfriend that plays for the Chiefs?
Yes, she does, yeah.
And, well, since Taylor Swift has this boyfriend, wouldn't she want everybody to be able to see her boyfriend playing football?
Well, no, she wants everybody to see her in the box. Will Taylor Swift be at that freezing-ass cold game scantily clad this weekend is my question.
Well, that might be a good point or two. But, yeah. But maybe we could appeal to her to pay for Peacock for everybody to be able to log into Peacock on that game time for free if Taylor's, because she's a generous person, Your Honor, and she takes care of people and loves people, and maybe you're right. Maybe if Taylor's there, maybe if she's wearing the right attire, to support her boyfriend, maybe we will see a couple points from her. I don't know. It depends on how cold it is. But just, that was my thought, is possibly being the second smartest man in the world that we could do that. There's Twitter and Face magazines and all those other things out there that, maybe somebody listening to the show actually knows somebody that knows Taylor Swift. How about that? Wouldn't that be something?
Well, there might be, could be a few truck drivers. I mean, we do have to give her credit for treating her truck drivers right, because she gave them all, what was it? Was it like a $40,000 bonus or something over the summer tour?
Yeah, it was like half a year's salary or something.
Yeah,
just for dragging her stuff around the countryside. So, but anyway, so there's my thought on it. So I don't know. Everybody can dwell and see if I qualify today. Because every now and then I come up with these ideas, Your Honor, that I think they're just groundbreaking.
All right, we lost our phone connection, didn't we? That's never happened before, because it was just like flipping a light switch. We'll get it back. I'm pulling up once again the breakdown here that fans are fuming that Saturday's game will be only on Peacock at the Chiefs-Dolphins game. Now, according to the New York Post, outside the Kansas City and Miami markets where fans can watch on their local NBC affiliates, as NBC Universal and the NFL struck a one-year deal last year worth about $110 million to get Peacock gets the exclusive rights to the Saturday night game on Wild Card Weekend. So I guess it wasn't necessarily the Chiefs. It's just whoever was going to be playing that game, Peacock had the right. That means if you're outside of those local markets and you want to see one of the biggest games of the weekend, featuring Tyreek Hill returning to the Kansas City to take on old teammates Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce, you will have to subscribe to Peacock. The streaming service costs $5.99, so you could purchase, I guess, a 1-month deal for $5.99 to see the game, or pay for a full year at $59.99. You get 2 months free, right? Obviously, Peacock paying $110 million for the exclusive rights. They're looking to make that up and a whole lot more by having those rights to the game. But I suppose rightfully so, a lot of fans are not happy. So if you're not subscribed to Peacock, you won't be able to watch the Chiefs in the playoffs game Saturday night. Seriously, NFL? This is a playoff game. You shouldn't have to subscribe to yet another channel to watch the game. This is a ridiculous money grab, according to one Chiefs fan. Blue Jays pitcher Chris Bassett, a former Met, also among those outraged by the decision to put the Chiefs-Dolphins game behind a paywall. Letting Peacock get a playoff game should be an automatic firing of anyone involved in automatic lifetime jail sentence, he said. One Chiefs fan has tried alerting others to a hack to get free access to the game. He says, listen up for anyone outside the KC area that doesn't want to pay for the Chiefs game on Peacock. You won't have to pay $6 to watch this. Peacock does not offer a free trial, but Instacart Plus offers a free 14-day trial for new members, and Peacock is included with the service. Cancel your service within that 14 days. You're welcome, Chiefs Kingdom. So there you go. I'm not even familiar with Instacart Plus. There's so many different services available out there, but hey, back into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Powerstroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Hey, a shout out to Wheelchair Dave. Sent me some racing news a bit earlier this morning, and he also sent me, with a chuckle, he knows Miller Lite is my preferred adult beverage. But a lot of folks do the New Year's resolution thing, and many have they call it dry January. They said, all right, we've been through the holidays, been drinking like a fish, and I'm going to dry out in the month of January. So a dry January, no alcohol. And he shares with me, Miller Lite is giving fans a way to enjoy a fresh start to the new year. Of course, we're 11 days in now, but for the first time ever, Miller Lite is making mints. Yes, mints. Miller Lite said the specialty mints have the same great taste of Miller Lite, minus the beer. That personally sounds disgusting. But once chewed, you'll notice the subtle yet great taste of Miller Lite that'll leave your breath feeling fresh, the taste buds feeling hoppy. Now, even those who are participating in dry January can chew their brew and still enjoy the great taste of Miller Lite all month long. Miller Lite Beer Mints, available online for $5 on Friday, January the 12th. That's tomorrow. And again on January the 19th. So I guess they're not. It's just going to be like one of those collector sort of things. While supplies last, each tin contains 40 mints. You must be at least 21 to purchase. We created beer mints for the folks participating in dry January who might miss the taste of Miller Lite while being out with friends this January, according to the Vice President of Marketing. If you love the taste of beer, you want to take a break from the ABV for the month, we're offering consumers the perfect way to enjoy Miller Lite without breaking your resolution. Beer mints may be a little unexpected, but we're confident our fans will love their great taste, along with the surprising note of spearmint. Okay. Can't make this stuff up. Right-wing nut. Good morning.
Yes. Morning. Yeah. Right wing nut. Yeah. Hey, to answer Pappy Boyington's question about that cream that Dr. whatever that woman is made, it's Lumi.
Lumi.
And I guess if you say it in French, it's Lume. I don't know. I didn't realize we had that many cracks on our bodies that make that kind of need to have a, anyways. Yeah, gotta ask a question. Who out there don't like to see a big dimpled butt like a golf ball or a cottage cheese hind end in a stretch pants, yoga pants? I mean, good Lord, I've seen some women that's got a butt big as a bus wearing yellow breeches. And, if they're walking away from it, you think it's the backside of the bus. You try to jump on it. She's always, get off my butt, get off my butt. Well, I seen a woman wearing the black slacks. I thought it was a damn black hole on Earth. I was trying to get away from that. Of course, she had a couple of kids orbiting around her, so that kind of scared me.
Yeah.
But anyways, I figured I'd just call in and let Pappy Bollington know that it's Loomy. So, yeah. Anyways, well, what's been going on out there?
Well, you all ready for the cold snap coming your way? You got your long john breeches ready to pack on?
Well, I got a one of them walls, whatever the hell they call them things, insulated suits. So, they got me going to Oklahoma City. So I guess I'm going to be one day ahead of that storm. But eventually they're going to have to turn heat wave and I back towards Albuquerque eventually. So I imagine we'll hit it head on either tomorrow or the next day.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Well, I'm going to let you go. And I thought I was the next smartest guy out there. Doc Holliday being the smartest, huh? And Horse Feathers being the next. Well, I guess number 3 is not too bad. You don't have to try too much at all to be there. All righty, I'm going to let you go. We'll talk to you later.
All right, that's the right wing nut. Correctly. A little trouble for C.H. Robinson worldwide. On January 3rd of 2023, yes, just over a year ago, the transportation world woke to the news that Bob Biesterfield, president and CEO of C.H. Robinson, the freight broker and third-party logistics giant, had resigned his post. Now, the company's stock, which had already dropped more than 15% from about $120 a share in August, registered a little immediate reaction to the abrupt departure. Analysts, however, were less forgiving, raising concerns about a leadership vacuum and the company's general direction. Almost to a person, they began lowering their 12-month price targets, many dropping their estimates into the double-digit range. Well, the ensuing 12 months proved those analysts correct in a rough trucking market and no clarity on a recovery plan. C.H. Robinson shares followed the path of least resistance, which was down. Shares descended into the high 70s in the fall before drifting back into the mid to high 80s. The level it trades at today, it took 6 months for the board and an executive search committee to pick a new successor. When it came, the new leader, an outsider with no C-suite experience and relatively modest transportation background, was not who many had expected. A year and a week since that first news, the story has largely stayed the same. Robinson North American truckload volumes, the core business of the company, continued to decline. The freight forwarding business, whose performance was so strong during the pandemic that they considered selling it at a premium, has fallen back and is no longer on the block. Questions raised about the cost effectiveness of the proprietary technology. The company's costs have risen. And I guess, long story short, the question is whether C.H. Robinson's problems are due to the punishing cyclical nature of the current trucking market, or if the company faces a secular problem separate from industry cycles. Namely, have they lost relevance? There's about 18,000 brokers in this country today. So we'll pause there.
USA News Update. Embattled Democratic New Jersey Senator Bob Menendez took to the Senate floor Tuesday, speaking out on the federal corruption charges against him. The senator says the timing of the charges demonstrates the bias of the prosecutors.
The United States Attorney's Office is engaged not in a prosecution, but a persecution.
Senator Menendez has been charged with bribery, fraud, and acting as an Egyptian foreign agent, along with accepting gifts from Qatar's government and helping a New Jersey developer secure millions of dollars in investments from Qatar. The next NASA moon missions are being pushed back about a year due to some technical problems discovered in recent testing. On Tuesday, the U.S. Space Agency announced the planned delays for the Artemis II and Artemis III missions. Artemis II will be a mission to take 4 astronauts on a journey in the moon's orbit. Artemis III will be an attempt to put humans back onto the lunar surface. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at HotShotSecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested, Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, we'll get back to the calls here in just a sec. I wanted to share with you what this country has come to. I know I'm preaching to the choir, right? And we've been, well, some of us have been somewhat following the civil fraud trial in New York of Donald Trump, right? The liberal judge that was seated, which is going to be judge, jury, lock, stop, and barrel, and had pretty much predetermined before the trial that Trump was guilty, right? It's all pretty much been a dog and pony show. But the latest is that the liberal judge overseeing that case is banning the former president from delivering a closing argument. Ahead of the argument scheduled for today, Judge Arthur Engoron told Trump's legal team he will not be permitted to speak in court after they failed to agree to certain conditions. In a testy email exchange posted on the case's docket, Engoron and Trump's attorneys had argued over what Trump would be allowed to say. The judge initially said that Trump could make a closing argument if he promised to limit his subjects to matters deemed relevant by the court. He may not seek to introduce new evidence. He may not testify. He may not comment on irrelevant matters. In particular, and without limitation, he may not deliver a campaign speech. He may not impute himself, my staff, plaintiff's staff, or the New York State court system, none of which is relevant in this case. Engoron added if Trump failed to abide by these rules, he would cut him off mid-sentence and admonish him. Trump's lawyer, Chris Kise, responded by arguing that the judge's proposed conditions are fraught with ambiguities, creating the substantial likelihood for misinterpretation or unintended violation. This is very unfair, Your Honor, he wrote. You're not allowing President Trump, who has been wrongfully demeaned and belittled by an out-of-control, politically motivated attorney general, to speak about the things that must be spoken about. Well, the judge responds, I won't debate this yet again. Take it or leave it, now or never, he replied. You have until noon, 7 minutes from now. In all capital letters, I will not grant any further extensions. Trump's attorney did not reply to that email. Not having heard from you by the third extended deadline, noon today, this was yesterday, I assume Mr. Trump will not agree to the reasonable, lawful limits I've imposed as a precondition to giving a closing statement above and beyond those given by his attorneys, and that therefore he will not be speaking in court today. That contentious back and forth, all part of the civil fraud case brought against Trump by the New York Attorney General Letitia James, of course. According to the indictment, Trump inflated his net worth to secure favorable business loans. Trump has denied all the charges, denounced the case as a political witch hunt, which of course it is, which is simply aimed at derailing his presidential campaign. So I presume we will not be hearing any closing arguments from the former president today, as was anticipated. Good morning, Vic.
Hey, good morning, Steve. That whole civil fraud case, I still don't understand how the world one attorney general in one state can bring a civil fraud case against a company that has overseas financing. I mean, New York has its own business law section. I didn't even bother to look it up, and I still don't know what law she's bringing that under. but the judge denying a defendant to speak, I'm not sure, but I think he's violating the defendant's First Amendment right. And in all courts of law, even in a summary judgment, and especially in summary judgments, there's something called arbitrary and capricious. And I believe that judge is acting arbitrarily and capriciously. So Trump could extend that till the cows come home if he chose to, but I don't know if he will or not. But you were talking about, C.H. Robinson there and stuff. I don't know if you've been following all the different charges now that's going along with the extra shipping charges that's going on with all these wars. But I've seen today that shipping through the Red Sea now costs 4 times as much as it did before all of this went on, and it's even affecting China. And the odd part about this, Steve, is, we keep talking about this BRIC, this Brazil, Russia, and India, China thing. Well, Brazil's economy's in the tank due to inflation. Russia's economy's in the tank due to the wars. India, I don't know about them from one minute to the next. And China's economy's in the tank. And Egypt, which has the Suez Canal, due to all the wars in the Red Sea, their economy is in the tank, and they need the revenues basically from the Suez Canal, transit fees. And then you throw into that the weather that's going on in the Panama Canal. So, I could see where any international shipping company, besides C.H. Robinson, that they would be in trouble. And oddly enough, in all this, well, I don't know what we're doing over here. The deal with Austin, to me, that just demonstrates how much we have broken down, because way back when, I know that it wasn't up to an individual to report things up to command there, especially people at the upper level, and the Secretary of Defense is in the line of succession for the presidency should, everything go bad. But the medical people, we always had to report that up the line, because sometimes you couldn't depend on the individual to report what they should report. And oddly enough, that was one of the things that went back to the old George W. Bush thing, because the Pentagon or somebody in the government got upset because people were on flight pay, getting physicals, passing flight physicals, and they were of the flag rank, and then the next thing you know, they decided to retire. I never did really know what it was, but then they said, well, they don't qualify for a flight physical anymore. You have to take them off flight status. Somehow they got more pay or anything. They didn't get the extra pay then or something. Like I said, I don't really know it, so I can't explain it. All I know is people were making money doing it, and that's what they got upset about. Some guy in Bush's unit down there, whatever. I think he was in Houston. Anyway, for some reason he was upset about that because he didn't get the extra boost. They wouldn't, whatever they were doing to get the extra boost in pay. That unit didn't give it to him, and so he was upset about that, and he kept bugging everybody. But back to the Austin thing, if I don't know why medically that wasn't reported up another line of communication, and the White House also has their, I'll just call it a military affairs liaison, that it's a adjunct to the White House. So, how General Austin or Secretary Austin managed to get all this done and keep it quiet, that bears watching or bears investigating, because people have to make decisions, and sometimes one person will make a decision or it might be more aggressive, and it just is not right. But it's an indication, I guess, how far that we have broke down in this government. And the other thing too is Biden had this Operation Prosperity Corridor or whatever, and he can't engender enough confidence from other countries. Some have already pulled back out. I see the UK still in it. And the thing is, they keep saying, you better quit doing that. You better quit doing that. Why did we know where those places are? We know where to take them out. And some of them, they're not only attacking Red Sea shipping, they're attacking our installations that are in Iraq and injuring our soldiers. So, I don't know why they don't.
I mean, in some of the earlier cases, like the UK and the US said, well, we're not sure if these drones were actually, targeting our ships, things like that. We weren't. Britain said they were definitely in the line. Those were headed toward their ships.
Correct. And I mentioned, I call it the J-Star. I don't know if they still have some, but I did see a news report that said, we know where their launch sites are.
Mm-hmm.
Why are we not at least taking out the launch site?
Right.
It's like, drones, they're a little bit different. But again, on drones, when we were in Iraq using drones, that Taliban was basically, they call it going to Radio Shack, and they were tapping into our frequency on those drones and misdirecting them, because a lot of them were being directed out of Colorado there. But I mean, I look at this and it's like, are we serious about all this? I mean, it's like we're playing games here while people are getting killed, and we're at a point now, that Biden, if he had the right team together, we could basically end the whole deal with Russia quickly. The deal with Israel. Did you ever see the film Odessa File, or know about the Odessa File?
I don't think I did. No.
Okay, well, Odessa, it's a real organization, and it was an organization that made sure that a lot of the Nazi people got out of, as they were war criminals, got out of Germany. A lot of them went to South America, one thing and another. And Simon Wiesenthal, remember the old Nazi hunter, he had actually, somebody written this book, but there is a lot of truth in that book, and he followed up on a lot of that stuff. So the reason I mention that is those people that are going around saying from the river to the sea, and all these students and everything else, I think the first thing they ought to do is research Odessa File, and then they can put on a swastika, and they can go out there and march, till hell freezes over, as far as I'm concerned. But just understand, they are continuing the actual Nazi legend. So they're right in there with Martin Bormann and all these others, and wanting to get rid of the Jews and all these institutions. I can't believe that people at a learned institution are that ignorant of that whole deal that happened with the Odessa File and Simon Wiesenthal, because it's there, the information is publicly available. But back to and why we are not basically allowing people to control the narrative and this whole deal with Israel. We're not even fighting back on that. They keep talking about the two-state solution. Palestine was offered the two-state solution twice before, and they rebelled against it. And Israel has given up the Arabs and the Persians. They tried to attack Israel, and they wound up losing land, and then they cried foul. And Israel gave back some of the land, the Sinai Peninsula, the West Bank. And there are some Jewish settlers that aren't acting very well, but by and large, the official Israel policy is, well, we can live together, but we're going to watch, what you're doing. We're not going to give you total autonomy because you haven't behaved well in the past. So, how far is that how difficult is that? And on the shipping and the economy thing, I seen a thing today to where they said a lot of the shipping going into Israel, their rates have raised so high that they're up to the air freight rates. So I don't know if we're going to launch some sort of an air freight support to Israel, which we could do. Ukraine's another story. The EU has voted them quite a bit of money today. I think that's going to pass. And Ukraine's going to get some money from the EU and possibly membership in the EU. So Russia could be losing out on that as well. So there are things that might look pretty dark right now, but there are things that looks like just, I don't know. I just have to look at the news. I'm not looking at any confidential reports or anything, but it looks to me like if the right people looked at the right information, we can put an end to that. But it's going to have to. It will require accurate, up-to-date communication, and that's that whole deal with Austin. I didn't think it was that big a deal, and then it comes out that nobody knows anything. His assistant doesn't know anything.
Right.
The Joint Chiefs of Staff. It's like, wait a minute.
The Pentagon. We were flying in the dark for several days there, literally. That's the big what if something significant had occurred. We had pretty much been with our pants down, but we would be right back.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbochargers spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
If that sound gives you nightmares, there's a cheap and easy way to avoid engines not firing. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Pour Stable in your gas can or directly into the tank of your car, truck, hybrid, boat, ATV, motorcycle, or lawnmower to prevent fuel-related engine problems that cost time and money. When you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Well, what's going on with Mr. Scarecrow this morning?
Well, keeping tabs on a snowplow on my front door for the last 20 minutes. Kind of seems like an eternity, but I guess it'll come to pass eventually. He's doing what he's supposed to do. Let's see. Well, we've heard from the right-wing nut twice this week. And we heard from the right... Ooh, this is nasty. There, we got it. There, all's better now. And we heard from the right-wing nut just last night. So, odds are, Steve, I think tomorrow night we'll probably be hearing from the right-wing nut. Well, the time will tell on that one, but the odds are you have to put the bad signal out for, and if you have to talk to Heat Wave to pass the message on, so be it. Oh, what else is cooking here? Man, I lost my train of thought here. We heard that train horn at 57. I'm sorry, 57.
Correct. Yes.
I was kind of expecting that the horse feathers were going to be rather irate. My thoughts were that he had maybe missed an exit somewhere along the way, and he had totally lost it, and it was wound up down in 5-7 country there. But no, he sounded, in proper order and such. Yoga pants, man, Steve. There's a subject to warm up to. No, you're right. We're not supposed to draw conclusions or comments or such. Everyone's entitled to dress as they're comfortable with, and all. Well, the female is one of the greatest judges of attire, more so than men are. Frequently, the bride, the girlfriend, such, they'll comment on something somebody else is wearing, and the comment is usually, you suppose they even looked at the mirror before they walked out the door. Well, being an admirer of the fairer sex, Steve, I frequently stop in our grocery store, local grocery store, on my way home from work, and there is nothing that can make or break one's day more than following a pair of yoga pants into that store.
Now, wait a minute. What's in those yoga pants, though?
Well, as I say, it can make or break your day.
Sack of taters, right?
But now, I don't know if I'm going to get through this or not. Earlier in the week, we talked about the movie Barbie and The Wolf of Wall Street.
Yes.
And how, Margot, what's her last name?
Robbie.
Yes. Well, Steve, I did a little, found out before, she's the same actress, and you would never have believed it. Well, I followed up with a little research, knowing that, she had done, The Wolf of Wall Street. There was some nudity, the full frontal type. So I poked around a little bit, and Steve, that was her choice. It was not the director or writer or such. She felt that she could better fit the scene, better get her mind in the right mindset for the film if she chose to go a la Bear. And we're all anticipating her next bestseller, top seller. We'll have to wait and see. And if we happen to catch her in some of them yoga pants prior to that, well, so be it. Steve, I'm not even going to start on this next one because it's more of a casual type thing anyway, but we'll certainly
and guess what
tomorrow.
Guess what tomorrow is? Yes.
We're going to have to leave it at that.
That will be Casual
good
Friday.
Enough for the program.
Very good. Thank you much, Scarecrow. Yeah, look at there. So we'll close out a Thursday like that. Safe travels out there. And as I mentioned, when we come back at the midnight hour, Eastern time tonight, could be talking again, another night of potentially severe weather. We'll keep an eye on things. Our next big cross-country storm will be gathering and strengthening. And we'll talk about just how cold it may get over the weekend. Hope you can join us.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling,